Order, please. We'll now begin with the daily routine, beginning with presenting and reading of petitions. The Honourable Member for Guysborough, Eastern Shore, Tracadie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition on behalf of the MLA for Eastern Shore. The operative clause is, we, the undersigned, are petitioning the provincial government to immediately replace Eastern Shore District High School and Gates Brook Junior High School with a single modern facility. The petition contains 1,276 names, and the member has affixed his signature.
The petition is tabled. Presenting reports from committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Statements by ministers. The Honourable Minister of Internal Services and the Public Service Commission.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this year, Nova Scotia joined the open data revolution. Governments across the world are releasing their data in easy-to-use formats so they can be used by anyone for any reason. They do it because it drives innovation and discovery. They do it to support transparency, accountability, and public engagement. They do it because it helps to grow the economy. The Internal Services Department established the Open Data Portal website 3 months ago. It launched with data collections contributed by all government departments. Since then, the pages have been visited more than 100,000 times. I'm encouraged that people know about the portal and see its value. Today, I am pleased to announce the Open Data Portal is expanding with the addition of new and refreshed data sets. Nova Scotians are getting access to more government data, including three-dimensional high-resolution maps for the first time. The portal now contains additional data collections for public libraries, public schools, municipal finances, vital statistics, municipal solid waste, forestry, and community health. These data collections work together to help us discover new opportunities. For instance, anglers will find where they can buy a fishing license, fish stocking, and distribution records. A list of upcoming derbies and tournaments and sportfish record holders all in one place. Refreshed data and new data sets will continue to be added regularly. We hope to challenge Nova Scotians in the coming months to put the data to use and develop practical or innovative applications through contests and hackathons across the province. I encourage all members to visit the portal located at data.novascotia.ca and view the entire data catalog, which covers business, the economy, communities, social services, nature, the environment, and government. There's huge potential for all of this data. I look forward to seeing how businesses, students, researchers, and individuals reuse, and share the data now and in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In June 2013, the G8 Open Data Charter was adopted in Northern Ireland. The G8 Open Data Charter sets out the following 5 principles as essential to establishing a foundation for open data in member countries. Number 1, open data by default. Should foster expectations that government data will be published openly while continuing to safeguard privacy. Number 2, quality and quantity. Should release quality, timely, and well-described open data. Number 3, usable by all. Release as much data in as many open formats as possible. Number 4, releasing data for improved governance. Share expertise and be transparent about data collection, standards, and publishing processes. And number 5, releasing data for innovation. Consult with users and empower a future generation of innovators. These are the 5 principles of the G8 Open Data Charter that was adopted in Northern Ireland. And to date, Canada has released almost 200,000 data sets, including core data sets that support good governance and transparency. The action plan to implement the Charter can be found at open.canada.ca. Transparency is the basis of accountability in a democracy. The Nova Scotia open data efforts are welcome and a step in the right direction. The Nova Scotia portal has a data catalog that is searchable, and the searches are savable, and that's a positive thing. Open data may alleviate some of the backlogs that we see in government as well. And it will be an ongoing work to update the Nova Scotia model, and maybe they may include some of the core functions that the Government of Canada Open Data Portal uses as well. For example, the Government of Canada portal allows you to suggest a data set and will provide contract information on all contracts over $10,000. That would be a welcome release of data here in this province. So we recommend that as the Nova Scotia portal continues to develop, that the Government of Canada principles be adopted, and if so, it can really lead to a more empowered citizen base and increasing transparency, which is always a good thing.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Open data is indeed a hallmark of transparency and civic engagement. I'm glad to see the Nova Scotia government moving in the direction that will make more information more readily available to all the citizens, be they students, business workers, hobbyists, or activists, Mr. Speaker. I have no doubt that the people of Nova Scotia will take full advantage of this open data portal and put the information to good use. It's great to see the government moving towards implementing the G8 resolution and commitment. Mr. Speaker, it was Thomas Jefferson that said information is the currency of democracy, and I believe that is to be true, Mr. Speaker. So I look forward to future announcements and ensuring that all government departments follow suit and ensure that the data is available for all Nova Scotians to see. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
If I could draw the attention of the members to the East Gallery. With us today is the founder of the Heartland Tour, Dr. Nick Giacomantonio. And Dr. Nick is both the founder and the president of the Heartland Tour. Also, of course, a cardiologist with our Nova Scotia Health Authority. I do also need to perhaps mention his brother, Carmen, who was a big part of this endeavor. Also with us is the Executive Director of the Heartland Tour, Jake Blacklaws, and he's been with the tour for 6 years, and he'll be entering the Dal Med School this September. Joining the team also is Jennifer English from Heart and Stroke, and Heart and Stroke's been a sponsor for 4 years, and she's been with the tour as well. So Heart and Stroke have announced that they'll be adding 7 walking events to the Heartland Tour community cycling events this year. So if you could join me with a warm welcome to this ambitious group. Mr. Speaker, it's a great pleasure to say a few words to recognize the Heartland Tour and the dedicated team behind it. Members of this House could be forgiven for thinking that the Heartland Tour is simply a bicycle tour that crosses the province. It is that, of course, but it's also an educational event designed to remind Nova Scotians that all of us can improve their health by living an active, healthy lifestyle. It's important, doesn't have to cost much, and it's fun. The events are designed to be family-friendly. Participation is free. Events are organized across the province, and all with the same goal, to inspire in others a passion for active living that will keep them fit and healthy for decades to come. This great event has been inspiring Nova Scotians since 2007, so now its 10th year anniversary. Some current and former members of this House have taken part, and I'm sure they will share my enthusiasm for both the event and the cause. I'd like to take a moment to congratulate the core team of Heartland riders and the Board of Directors, in particular Dr. Nick Giacomantonio, who leads strategic development for the tour and is here with us today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Of course, I want to thank our guests for being in the gallery today. I've had the opportunity to participate in the Heartland Tour, but also for initiatives to thank my cardiologist up there. I don't know if you guys know that, but being in this house for an extended period of time, you're going to need a cardiologist. All right? So, the Heartland Tour, I've had the opportunity to participate with Nick and the team on the full tour on a couple of occasions. So in 2008 and 2009, or 2009, 2010, I had the opportunity of doing the full tour with the group. It was a phenomenal time, and you make friends on this one. So not only the core team that you make friends with, but everybody else that participates in all the locations across the province. Those people that come to you and say, I don't know if I can do the 80 or 60 or 100 kilometers, depending on what happens in that particular tour, but you're there to say, well, hey, look at us. We're doing it. You can come along with us, no problem. We'll help you along the way. And it's that camaraderie and capability to be able to pull people along and show them that they can actually do something as so far hard as cycling. But it's not very hard. It's like riding a bike. You get back on it and you go. I want to, of course, thank Nick and Vicky. Because they're definitely a team on it. Carmen, who we've seen in this house before, some great friends of Mike and Ruth Saunier. Mike's the powerhouse from Hectanuga. Jack and Roger and Ron Allen and Kathy Saunier, Jim Vance, of course Jake, and a whole bunch of other people that have had the opportunity to participate in this great tour. They'll be coming to a community near you this July, and I ask that each and every one of you take the opportunity to participate in the events, and if you need to borrow a bike, I think I can set you up, and you can come along and have a good time with the Heartland Tour and doing something that maybe you didn't expect to be able to do before. So with that, by the way, but the only thing that I'm going to say is that you better give them a little bit of money, Mr. Minister, because of course they're going to be asking for a little bit of help to be able to pay the expenses for this great, great endeavor on heart health. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank Dr. Nick Jackman-Tonia and his guests here today who are involved with the Heartland Tour. It reminds, I think, all Nova Scotians that being active and living a healthy life doesn't have to be hard, and it can be fun. And I know we've had colleagues within our caucus who have participated in the past, and I've heard nothing but the positive things about this tour, and I encourage all MLAs and Nova Scotians to support this tour as it kicks off this summer. I also want to thank Dr. Nick Jackman-Tonio and his family for not only the Heartland Tour, but their contribution for our amazing healthcare system here in Nova Scotia, and wish them success in this tour this year.
We'll now move on to government notices of motion. The Honourable Minister of Labour and Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
I would like to direct the members' attention to the East Gallery, where we are joined today by a student from Citadel Junior High. Her name is Haley Brown. She's a Junior Achievement member, and she's here today with her grandmother. If Haley would please stand up. She created along with her team a company called Think. It was very successful. They created something called the Thinking Cap, and that was a winter toque to support social awareness, and they went on to donate money to Jumpstart, Charitree, Youth Atlantic, and Pause. So I would ask the members to give her the warm welcome of the House. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas a post-secondary education is one of the most important investments a young person can make in their future. And whereas government partnered with Junior Achievement of Nova Scotia to deliver information about our Student Assistance Program and basic financial literacy to grade 9 students across the province, and also to sponsor a scholarship for a young person who is a graduating achiever and planning to attend a post-secondary school in Nova Scotia. And whereas Haley Brown, who took part in JA's company program and was president of a company called Think, was the well-deserving recipient of this award. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House congratulate Haley Brown on her hard work and commitment to pursuing her education, and wish her all the best as she attends Acadia University in the fall. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with your permission, I would like to do an introduction.
Permission granted.
I would ask the members to focus on the East Gallery, and I would ask the folks in the gallery who I will be introducing to stand as you are introduced, please. We have some guests here from Department of Education and Early Childhood Development, and they're representatives from across the province who have been involved with Skills Canada Nova Scotia. And they are meeting here in Halifax today to prepare for the Skills Canada National Competition in New Brunswick later this month. So, Lucas Hum. Lucas is from Central Kings Rural High School, gold medalist in secondary cooking in the 2016 Nova Scotia competition, and competing for the second year at the Skills Canada National Competition. Katie Lemoyne. Katie is from Cole Harbour District High School, a competitor in both electrical installations and job skills demonstration in the 2016 competition, and she will be attending the Skills Canada National Competition to learn more about skilled trades and technologies. Teacher Doug Rutt. Doug is from Central Kings Rural High School. He gives Lucas guidance and direction in his class, and he attended last year's national competition as one of the chaperones. Courtney Guthrow. Courtney is Executive Director of Skills Canada Nova Scotia, and I would ask all members of the House to give these folks a warm welcome, and I'd ask them to remain standing while I read a resolution.
The Honourable Minister of Labour. Oh, pardon me. The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you. I could give that a try, too. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Skills Canada Nova Scotia is a not-for-profit organization that provides opportunities for Nova Scotian youth to explore skilled trades and technologies, discover their passions, and strive for excellence through a range of programs made possible in partnership with industry, government, and education. And whereas winners of this year's Nova Scotia competition will be competing with more than 550 youth from across Canada in over 40 competitions in New Brunswick on June 6th and 7th, and whereas the introduction of hands-on learning activities to help students develop skills technology and support for career readiness are priorities for Nova Scotia's Action Plan for Education, and the Department is providing support for over 1,000 Nova Scotians to attend the competition as observers or participants. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the Legislature recognize the importance of supporting students in making informed career decisions and providing opportunities to explore careers in skilled trades and technology. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I make an introduction, sir?
Permission granted.
Thank you very much. I'm very proud to welcome 3 road safety advocates who are here to proclaim May as Motorcycle Awareness Month here in Nova Scotia. Our guests dedicate their lives to keeping us safe. We are very fortunate to have them with us this morning. I ask that they stand as I call their name. First, we have Ed Snow from Safety Services Nova Scotia, RCMP Constable Kelvin Swiminer, and Halifax Regional Police Sergeant Steve Calder. And I ask my friends in the Legislature to welcome them to the House. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas there are more than 27,500 licensed motorcycle riders overall here in Nova Scotia, and whereas increased awareness of motorcycles on our streets and highways will help reduce injuries and fatalities, and whereas we are asking all drivers, motorcyclists and those in vehicles to be alert and especially careful as the use of motorcycles increases this time of year. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this Legislature recognize the month of May 2016 as Motorcycle Safety Awareness Month here in the province, and urge all road users to join in our efforts to keep motorcycle riders and all of us safe on our province's highways. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Labour and Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas government takes workplace safety very seriously and is committed to continuous improvement, making workplaces safer for its employees. And whereas employees of the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal have demonstrated noteworthy and significant progress in their effort to create a stronger workplace safety culture, including creating an internal health, safety and environment division, and whereas the Workers' Compensation Board of Nova Scotia has recognized those efforts by awarding the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal with a Mainstay Award for Safety Excellence for an organization, its highest honor for an organization. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House applaud the important strides made by the employees at the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal and congratulate them on their Mainstay Award for their commitment to a strong safety culture. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. We'll now move on to introduction of bills. The Honourable House Leader in the House for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Facilitate the Study of the Feasibility of Creating a Basic Income Program.
The Honourable Leader in the House of the New Democratic Party begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Facilitate the Study of the Feasibility of Creating a Basic Income Program.
Bill number 180, entitled An Act to Facilitate the Study of the Feasibility of Creating a Basic Income Program.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Now move on to notices of motion. Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you so much. Le Conseil scolaire acadien provincial a récemment organisé une cérémonie à l'école secondaire de Clare pour présenter les médailles du lieutenant-gouverneur de la province à 18 élèves méritants. Le prix reconnaît les élèves de la 11e année pour leurs académiciens, leur leadership, leur service à leurs écoles et à la communauté. L'honorable J.J. Grant, lieutenant-gouverneur de la Nouvelle-Écosse, a présenté le prix à Bailey Gouchou et Suzanne d'Entremont, les étudiants de l'école secondaire de Paromba à Tuscott. S'il vous plaît, joignez-moi pour offrir mes félicitations à Bailey et à Suzanne et les remercier pour leur service exemplaire et leur souhaiter beaucoup de succès dans leurs études dans le futur. Mr. Speaker, the Acadian School Board recently organized a ceremony held at École Secondaire de Clare to present the Lieutenant Governor's medals to 18 deserving students. The award recognizes grade 11 students for their academics, leadership, and service to their school and community. The Honourable J.J. Grant, Lieutenant Governor of Nova Scotia, has awarded the medal to Bailey Gouchou and Suzanne d'Entremont, students at École Secondaire de Paromba and Tuscott. Please join me in offering congratulations to Bailey and Suzanne and thank them for their exemplary service and wish them much success in their future studies.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave to make an introduction at the end of my member's statement.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order,
Faith and
please.
Londo
The Honourable
Scatallone
Member for Dartmouth South has the floor.
Faith and Londo Scatallone have been members of the Dartmouth community for 30 years. Over these years, they have tirelessly and selflessly committed their time and energy to providing voice, advocacy, and support to the mentally and physically challenged. Their beautiful daughter, Victoria, has reaped the benefits. Victoria is an accomplished Special Olympian, medaling in track, swimming, and figure skating. She is a full-time employee at Dartmouth Adult Services, where she is proud to tell you she plans to work for the next 30 years and retire because, as her dad says, you have to pay your board. The Scatallone family believes in the ability of all people to be contributing members of society, and that everyone is capable of achieving their full potential. They are an inspiration to all of us. I ask the members to welcome the Scatallone family. They're in the Speaker's Gallery. And I'd ask them to stand so we could give them a warm welcome.
The honourable member for Colchester North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fundraising is a vital part of keeping our community groups operational, and the Tatamagouche branch of Scotiabank in Colchester North has been helping fundraise in the community for more than a decade. During the last year, they have helped over 30 not-for-profit groups in the local area, helping to put $155,000 back into the community. Each event has a minimum of 2 Scotiabank employees in attendance, and for each dollar raised, they will match the same amount. In 2015, the staff attended more than 50 events on their own time, which amounted to over 300 volunteer hours. Every Friday during the summer, the staff have a barbecue outside the bank to help raise money for various groups. They also help at picnics, dinners, school fairs, hockey events, auctions, and suppers. With many groups relying on fundraising efforts, programs like the one at the Scotiabank help to ensure those groups achieve their mandate throughout the year.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Sunday, families across Nova Scotia will celebrate Mother's Day. It's a day when we all honour our mothers and all they do for us. The sacrifices and the everyday kindness that are often too often taken for granted. The love between a mother and her child is special. It takes the form of nurturer, protector, teacher, disciplinarian, and friend. For many of us, it's a constant and a key part of who we are. On Sunday, I know we'll all take a moment to thank our mothers with love and gratitude and all they have done for all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Mr. Speaker, the Acadian Recreation Club of Lower Sackville has been serving the community since 1924, when a need for a gathering place prompted the construction of Acadia Hall. This building provided a start for many area churches, served as a music hall, and even as a voting station. The Acadia Recreation Club has always been run by a dedicated group of volunteers who work to fundraise tirelessly to benefit our community. A plan is underway to convert the land surrounding Acadia Hall into a year-round inclusive park with trails, gardens, and more. During the winter season, volunteers maintain an outdoor skating arena and host many events during the Sackville snow days. The park is a focal point of our community and continues to grow with the addition of a fountain and accessible playground, but it won't stop there. I'd like to express my gratitude to all the volunteers of the Acadia Recreation Club, whose love for our community shows through their efforts over the past 90 years and will continue to make Sackville proud for years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Preston Dartmouth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to simply make an introduction, if I could.
Permission granted.
In the East Gallery, we have Allison and Ronalda Woodworth, and I'd ask them to stand, please, from Berwick, Nova Scotia. They've made history in the province of Nova Scotia. In 1980, they were named the first ever Outstanding Young Farmers for Canada. And longtime apple and strawberry plant farmers and business people in the Berwick area, and now retired, enjoying the retirement. And it's also very special for me, too, because they're parents of my executive director, Carla Perrick, and I'd ask her to stand as well. And give them a warm welcome to the House.
The honourable member for Pictou East.
Mr. Speaker, on Sunday, May 1st, I had the honour of being a guest at the annual Battle of the Atlantic ceremony at Pictou Landing. It was an awe-inspiring moment watching Russell McKinley, who served in the Battle of the Atlantic, lay the anchor during the ceremony. To have served in and survived what is considered the longest and most important battle of the Second World War is something I certainly cannot imagine. And I thank Bill Elkin of the Admiral Murray Naval Association and Chaplain Mike Simons for including me, and for all you do to preserve the memories and honor those who fought in this important war to keep a free country. Thank you.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On May the 9th, the McCarthy Hall Gallery in Truro will open at the Nova Scotia Community College campus. The show will feature the work of 13 artists from across Nova Scotia. Truro launched the art acquisition program in 2006 in an effort to create and maintain a collection of art to reflect the unique and historic artistic development in my community of Truro. During the opening, judges will announce one work of art that will be selected to be added to the town of Truro's permanent art collection. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate all the talented artists who will showcase their work in Truro this month, and they are truly a testament to the creative spirit that runs right across Nova Scotia. Thank you.
The honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize an honour bestowed upon Beth McGee for her outstanding commitment to community. Beth has made a huge contribution to the work of the Five Bridge Wilderness Heritage Trust over the years, forming countless partnerships and leading collaborations that led to the protection of the Five Bridge Lakes Wilderness area. Beth's tireless efforts were publicly recognized at the Five Bridges Wilderness Heritage Trust 2016 AGM, when it was announced that the intersection where the Fire Road meets the Old Coach Road at the heart of the Five Bridges Lakes Wilderness area would be named McGee's Crossing in her honour. I would like the members of this Nova Scotia House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Beth on this very special and well-deserved recognition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland South.
Mr. Speaker, the Mainstay Awards recognize Nova Scotians and their companies who are leaders in promoting a safe workplace culture. This year, Oxford Frozen Foods won the Safety Transformation Award. Oxford Frozen Foods strongly believes that nothing is more important than making sure that their employees return home after their shift safely and are in good health. To that end, this organization has invested heavily in improving its safety-related activities, and the results have been amazing. Oxford Frozen Foods management and employees have always stepped up and have committed to improving workplace safety. So congratulations to Oxford Frozen Foods on their commitment to safety and their employees in receiving this important Mainstay Award. Thank you.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government has never paid the piper. Yet this same government has no problem spending $100 million on the Yarmouth Ferry, a ferry that will carry no commercial traffic, a ferry that has 9 blackout dates in the peak tourist season. Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government has no problem giving millions to Portland, Maine to upgrade their terminals and putting many hard-working Americans to work. This government has no problem receiving not one nickel from the federal government for this international link. Mr. Speaker, the proverb, whoever pays the piper is in charge, may be a poor example because Nova Scotians know that this government has never paid the piper. Pat Melanson, Director of the Pipers Guild, based in Shelburne.
The honourable member for Clare Digby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to acknowledge the efforts of small-town community theatre companies like our area's Digby Area Theatre Society in bringing theatrical productions to our communities. Always trying to be innovative, the Digby Troupe decided to stage a production, It's a Wonderful Life, last Christmas, with a twist. The twist? They presented this perennial Christmas favorite in a 1940s live radio program. Back in the day, these radio dramas were purely acoustic performances, often taped in front of an audience, then broadcast on the radio. The most famous was the airing of Orson Welles' The War of the Worlds, which had people believing that Martians were invading New Jersey. Actors often played several parts, and sound effects were an integral part of the production. For the members of the audience who remember gathering around the radio to listen to these dramas, the play invoked nice memories. For the younger players, they learned how people were entertained before Netflix and HBO. No matter if you're older or younger, it was a great start to a Christmas season. Well done to everyone involved.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise to congratulate Eva Sutherland on the 30th anniversary of her business Ahead of Hair Health and Beauty Retreat on May 6, 2016. At the young age of 19, Eva seized the opportunity to purchase a small hair salon in Pictou. As a result of Eva's entrepreneurial spirit, keen business sense, and hard work, the small hair salon evolved into a full-service spa and boutique. The warm and friendly atmosphere created by Eva and her team of professionals at Ahead of Hair attracts clients from all over Pictou County and beyond. During this time, Eva has also raised 2 amazing children, Craig and Kayla. Mr. Speaker, I congratulate Eva on the 30th anniversary of her thriving business. She is a true success story. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hants West.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge the Quick as a Wink Theatre Society for their newest initiatives, the Community Partnership Opportunity and Pay It Forward programs. The Society selected New Boundaries as the first recipient for their new programs and presented 65 tickets to Executive Director Marilyn Thomas. Clients and employees of New Boundaries, many of whom have not seen a live performance before, were treated to a preview presentation of Annie on January 14, 2016, before opening night on January 15. The Community Partnership Opportunity Program allows businesses to buy blocks of tickets, while the Pay It Forward program allows citizens to purchase an extra ticket or two. These gifted tickets are pooled together and awarded to a community group that wouldn't normally attend live theatre. I would like to invite all members of this House of Assembly to thank the Quick as a Wink Theatre Society for offering this opportunity to those who may not otherwise get to see a live performance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I stand in my place today to speak about a former colleague of this House, Cecil Clark. Mr. Clark is a former Speaker of this House of Assembly and a Government House Leader. He served as Minister of Economic Development, Minister of Energy, Attorney General and Minister of Justice. Mayor Clark and his council members representing the Cape Breton Regional Municipality have been focused towards a path of change. Their main goal is to make the area the most business and development-friendly unit in Atlantic Canada. I wish Mayor Clark great success as he continues to strive and work towards his #1 priority, job creation and creating a stronger economy for the area he proudly represents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to offer my congratulations to Alexa McLatchy of Sir John A. Macdonald High School, who was awarded the Herbert H. Carnegie Future Aces Citizenship Award and Scholarship for her extensive community services work and volunteerism in the Hammonds Plains, Lucasville community. Future Aces strives to inspire and assist youth to become the best they can be as responsible, respectful, peaceful, confident, and caring citizens, traits that are easily found in this driven young woman. Alexa is one of 60 national recipients of the award and the lone Nova Scotian to be awarded this prestigious honour. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to extend my sincere congratulations to Alexa on her accomplishment and have the House recognize her outstanding humanitarian efforts in the Hammonds Plains Lucasville community and beyond. It is with great pride that I offer well wishes to Alexa on her next steps as she begins her university career in the fall. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge a most deserving woman. Lisa Andrews organizes and runs the Treasure House Soup Kitchen in Kentville. It operates 2 days a week from St. Joseph's Catholic Church and at the Kentville Recreation Centre. Individuals, including the homeless and the lonely, working poor, seniors, and people suffering from mental illness, use the service weekly. Lisa also organizes the community Christmas dinner, where she oversees hundreds of volunteers who work behind the scenes to make the dinner a success for over 150 people. The event includes the meal, music, and festivities, a visit from a special fellow, and of course gifts. Lisa's work to help those less fortunate is commendable. Please join me to express our appreciation for her kindness and wish her continued success in her endeavours.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have yet to hear from this Liberal government on the Provincial Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action. Provinces across Canada are living up to the landmark report released last year, but Nova Scotia is lagging behind. These calls to action are not difficult, Mr. Speaker. They just require the political will to act. When the TRC released its report, Justice Murray Sinclair stated, and I quote, "The reconciliation is about forging and maintaining respectful relationships. There are no shortcuts." Mr. Speaker, there are no shortcuts to acting on the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action, and our province's First Nations communities deserve more from this government. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to wish one of my constituents a very happy birthday. He is no ordinary man. No, not by a long shot. You could even say Moyle Ronald Daphne of Lower Northfield is kind of a big shot. And he has a way of making those around him feel like big shots, too. He has an outlook on life that few of us do, and most of us should have. If you know Moyle, and most people do on the South Shore, you know that he's always wearing a smile, and his smile is infectious. If you don't hear him on the local radio station wishing someone a happy birthday, he may be at the turkey burger or he may be working outside on his farm. Regardless of where he is, you can rest assured he's happy and he's making someone else happy. Today, wherever he is, I'm sure he is wearing his special hard hat affixed with antlers and feathers and getting many, many well wishes on his 71st birthday. He truly is a big shot. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of the House to join me in wishing Moyle Dauphiney a very happy birthday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Inverness.
Speaker, for 50 years, the Phantoms have been the soundtrack for some great memories. The rock band from Cheticamp has entertained generations of people throughout Inverness County and beyond. The original members started as 4 teenagers: Clarence Liliev, Sylvia Liliev, Marcel Lafort, and the late Simon Joe Larad. The band's first performance was at the Halloween school dance in October of 1966. Who knew they were starting something that would last 50 years? Over the years, the band has counted more than 25 different band members. On the weekend of July 29th to 31st this summer, there will be a celebration of the music of the Phantoms. Almost all of those one-time band members will take to the stage at the Cheticamp Arena. Let us thank the Phantoms for their contribution to the good times in the lives we live here in Nova Scotia.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Mr. Speaker, given what is currently happening in Fort McMurray, it is important to remind ourselves that it is an emergency preparedness week in Nova Scotia. Emergencies can hit without notice, and the shocking images coming from our fellow Canadians and community members in Alberta, Nova Scotians are reminded to know the risks, make a plan, and build a kit. Mr. Speaker, in light of Emergency Preparedness Week, I would like to take this opportunity to recognize the tremendous work and the brave work of first responders in Alberta and here at home who work around the clock, putting their safety and health at risk to keep us all safe here in Nova Scotia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Victoria-the Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge Monroe Academy students Alex White and Christy Davis, and teacher Leslie Donovan, who had the opportunity to present their school in the United Arab Emirates in January. As winners of the Zayed Future Energy Prize Global High School's $70,000 prize for 2014, Monroe Academy was invited to attend the announcement of the 2015 prize winners in Abu Dhabi in the mentoring role. The Zayed Future Energy Prize celebrates achievements that reflect impact, innovation, long-term vision, and leadership in renewable energy and sustainability. Along with numerous solar panels, Monroe Academy recently had a 48-foot hopper installed to store wood pellets for the school's outdoor biomass furnace. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate all the students and staff of Monroe Academy on their commitment to renewable energy. Thank you.
The honourable member for Inverness.
Dresses for Africa protects young girls by sending a message that they are being cared for and protected by larger organizations. Many are orphans living in countries where AIDS continues to take the lives of their parents. St. Patrick's CWL in Northeast Margaree gets together every Monday afternoon to create dresses to support this cause. Although the little girls need this clothing, they also need a message to be sent to anyone who might try to exploit their vulnerable position. They may have lost their parents, but they are loved and watched closely by people around the planet. The work of the St. Patrick's CWL is making a difference. It is a powerful example of the love created by people who share their faith with others. Let us acknowledge Cecile Miller, Lorraine Fraser, Sheila Fortune, Helen Gaudreau, Kay Hannigan, Mary Burton, Kathy Miller, and Margaret Miller for generously donating their time and talent to help these children.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Health has had the pleasure of me listing off more than 500 hours that the Roseway ER has been closed since he came to Queen Shelburne to announce the plan to end the closures. He has heard that for more than 500 hours, the people of my community have been left without emergency health care. The Minister of Health may not like what he has to hear, but he cannot ignore the fact that he made the commitment to the community, and we are not seeing any less ER closures. Mr. Speaker, I hope the Minister of Health has been listening and will finally take action. Mr. Speaker, to be continued.
The honourable member for Kings South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the exceptional quality of wines, and particularly sparkling wines, produced by Mr. Bruce Ewart, winemaker and owner of Lacadie Vineyards in the Gaspereau Valley. In 2008, Lacadie Vineyards released the first traditional method sparkling wine in Nova Scotia and has garnered national and international accolades ever since. The 2011 Cuvée Rosé received the Lieutenant Governor's Award of Excellence in Nova Scotia Wines, and the 2010 Prestige Brut Estate won silver at the prestigious international competition Effervescence du Monde 2015. Lacadie Vineyards is the first certified organic vineyard and winery in the province, and Mr. Ewart is a regional leader in encouraging others to grow organically. Environmental initiatives are a hallmark of his business. On behalf of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly, I would like to congratulate Mr. Ewart and Lacadie Vineyards for their dedication to producing exceptional, unique, and high-quality Nova Scotia wines from 100% Nova Scotian grapes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, Philip Brown of Kentville is a decorated athlete. Philip has been involved with the Special Olympics for 23 years, both as an athlete and as a representative of our province and our nation. He has won 116 medals in 7 different sports. Philip's favourite sports are powerlifting and speed skating. Philip's positive attitude is infectious. He is willing to help whenever he is needed, is well respected by all, and has been called one in a million. As an ambassador, Philip represented the Nova Scotia Law Enforcement Torch Run team at the 2013 World Special Olympic Games in South Korea, one of only 10 athletes from around the world selected. Please join me in thanking Phil for his contributions to his community, his province, and his country.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Mr. Speaker, in a recent report published by Statistics Canada, it shows that the new Canadian income trend is that the rich in our country are better able to hold on to their wealth, and the poor are more likely to remain poor. According to Statistics Canada, less Canadians are able to move up the income ladder, and that jumps made between income levels are much smaller than in previous decades. Mr. Speaker, growing income inequality will be an ongoing challenge unless governments take bold and positive steps to lift people out of poverty. All Nova Scotians are looking forward to this government taking meaningful steps to address our widening income disparity.
The honourable member for Sackville-Beaverbank.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Malik Gregory Smith, age 8 of Middle Sackville, passed away suddenly on Monday, March 28th, as the result of an acute asthma attack. At the funeral, it was stated that Malik said, "Mommy, I don't feel good." After those 5 devastating words, the lives of the Smith family changed forever. Malik was an energetic, loving 8-year-old boy who was loved by his parents, twin sisters, Casey and Kyla, and as I am sure everyone can appreciate, that his passing has been devastating for his entire family and friends. Mr. Speaker, May is Asthma Awareness Month, and as we consider those affected by this debilitating disease, let us be aware that asthma for some can be fatal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Park Falls native Hannah Williams is a big deal in the small town of Presque Isle, Maine. Personal preference for a small school led Hannah to the University of Maine, where she is working toward a a BSc in physical education. Hannah is second on the school softball team in hitting with a .383 average and 107 at-bats for the Owls, who are gunning for their first ever berth in a national championship. A former North Nova grad who helped the Griffins win a provincial softball championship in 2015, she is enjoying the intensity of the program, and the people of Pictou County know how lucky the Owls are to have her. Keep up the good work, Hannah. We are cheering for you.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Therapeutic Paws of Canada is a non-profit organization that uses therapy dogs to give back to communities. Mark Grant is the team lead of the Halifax TPOC and is happy to be part of an important part of the Paws for Reading program that the Halifax Libraries host. Paws for Reading is a program available at the Woodlawn, public library. Children can read with a therapy dog, and exposure to these dogs has proven to help those struggling with reading. During the Big Book Bonanza I hosted in January, Mark, along with a reading therapy dog named Bentley and his handler Jamie, made time to come out and show off Bentley's love of reading with children. Mr. Speaker, I ask the House to join me in commending Mr. Grant for finding ways to show our children the joy of reading and Bentley for lending a paw. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Mr. Speaker, the Pictou County Gymnastics Club had 7 athletes compete at the Atlantic Canadian Championships that took place in St. John's, Newfoundland. Brady Kennedy, Andrew Fraser, Nathan Giroir, Patrick Minhan, Maddie McIntyre, Josie Conrad, and Lindsay Wilson should all be extremely proud of their accomplishments, as they all experienced a personal best in at least one category. Combined, they brought home 7 gold, 6 silver, 4 bronze medals, and several ribbons. The Pictou Club is a newer club, having only been in operation for 6 years. Head coach is Wendy Cruikshank. Mr. Speaker, I applaud these gymnasts for their hard work, physically and mentally, training for the championships. They represent Pictou County and Nova Scotia proudly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate members of the Wellington Inner Strength Taekwondo Academy. Rachel Spencer, Noah Gillis, and Emma Bennett took home bronze medals at the Canadian Open G1 event. The event took place in Montreal with 900 athletes from 29 countries. Fellow students from the Inner Strength Taekwondo Academy continued to success at Nova Scotia Provincials, taking home 20 medals, inspiring 14 golds, 5 silvers, and 1 bronze. Members now have their sights on the 10th Atlantic Canada Taekwondo Games taking place in Gordon R. Snow Community Centre in Fall River on June the 4th. Please join me in congratulating this group of talented individuals and wishing them the best at the Atlantic Canada Games in June. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
I wish to rise today in honour of Sunday, Mother's Day. I wish to publicly acknowledge how grateful I am to have my most amazing mother, Huda, who has nurtured me and guided me every step of the way I have taken from birth to today. My mom has helped me raise my 4 wonderful children. Every Sunday, all my siblings, their spouses and children, and now 2 great-grandchildren gather for dinner, to a home-cooked meal, lots of laughter, and much interesting conversations. Mr. Speaker, I wish all members of the House of Assembly a wonderful weekend as they break bread and celebrate Mother's Day with their families. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The time allotted for members' statements has almost expired as we get ready to move on to oral questions put by members to ministers. And with that, we'll throw it over to the Leader of the Official Opposition.
My question is for the Premier. Mr. Speaker, Sydney has a terminal. They take cruise ships there. They're looking for financial help so they can expand the terminal and have a second cruise ship dock at the same time. That would mean more jobs for Sydney. It would mean more tourists for Cape Breton Island. Mr. Speaker, there are many ports and wharves across this province, including along the South Shore and the North Shore, that could sure use some financial help in upgrading their own facilities, Mr. Speaker, but instead, the Premier has decided to pay the City of Portland so they can upgrade their terminal. Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians are wondering how much of their tax money is going to go to the City of Portland, so I would like to ask the Premier, how much are Nova Scotia taxpayers expected to pay to upgrade the terminal in Portland, Maine?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his question. I want to thank all those communities across Nova Scotia who the honourable member referred to the ports. There is this, Port of Sydney, there's Halifax, but there's many fishing ports across this province that are doing a remarkable job of growing the economy of rural Nova Scotia. Minister of Fisheries has done a tremendous job working with the colleagues across there to ensure that we're getting the proper value for that lobster that's coming across. It's an important piece Mr. Speaker, we're looking forward to the continued growth in rural communities from those ports. We're going to continue to work with our national partner to make sure that we get the appropriate amount of funding that can come into our province to enhance those ports. And we're also, Mr. Speaker, looking forward to that international link into Portland bringing American tourists into this province to continue to grow our tourism operators.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, one can only imagine how frustrated the people are that run those ports, that work at those terminals, that want to grow the economy of the province of Nova Scotia, who need help to do that, when they see the Premier signing a deal where our tax money goes to upgrade a terminal in Portland, Maine. Even beyond that, Mr. Speaker, I know they're going to be shocked to find that among the costs that we're being asked to cover is tax advice for Bay Ferries, the private operator that the government has contracted with, Mr. Speaker. The irony that we're paying $100 million at least over 10 years to a company and then giving them money for tax advice so they can lower their own taxes, Mr. Speaker, is not lost on them. Why did the Premier sign a deal where we pay for the tax advice of Bay Ferries?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Minister of Transportation and the work he's been doing to ensure that that international link is there to bring American tourists. Last year we had a tremendous increase in tourism across the province. We're looking forward to continuing to grow that sector. I do want to also comment, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member referred to community wharfs across this province. I've stood on many of those community wharfs, Mr. Speaker, and let me tell you, the fishermen in those communities are not pessimistic, Mr. Speaker. They're optimistic about the future.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I remain eternally optimistic that the Premier will someday answer one of these questions, because he's spending taxpayers' money doing all these things, but he won't tell them how much, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure they're optimistic that someday he'll answer a question too, because I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that where I'm traveling on those same where they're very frustrated that they can't get financial help, but that their tax money is going to pay for a terminal in Portland, Maine, Mr. Speaker, along with the bank charges and the terminal wages in Portland and the onboard Wi-Fi and the printers at the office and everything else, Mr. Speaker, to infinity, apparently, because the government won't tell us what's the cap on any expense that's not too great to pay to Bay Ferries. So, Mr. Speaker, will the Premier please tell us? We know what taxpayers are on the hook for. Is there any expense that Bay Ferries is on the hook for?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the question again. I want to go back to remind him I'm looking forward to welcoming American tourists to the province of Nova Scotia. Not only will it improve the economy of southwestern Nova Scotia, but indeed all across the province, Mr. Speaker. I'm encouraged by the high level of confidence small business owners in this province have. I'm encouraged by youth employment being up. I'm encouraged by the population growth, Mr. Speaker. Encouraged by the fact that we're getting real value, the proper value for our lobster across this province, Mr. Speaker. Continue to move forward. We know there's lots of work to do, and I'm very encouraged by the fact that Nova Scotians want to work with us to make that happen.
The Honourable Leader in the House for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The local councillor for Fall River has made an allegation against the Premier's office regarding the Fall River quarry. In a recent interview, the councillor said, and I quote, "Do we know that the Liberal government at the top level is involved in this quarry-making decision? Yes, we've been aware of that for a long time, and I'll table that." So my question to the Premier, can he respond to this allegation made by the local councillor?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you. I want to thank the honourable member for the question. I believe what she's referring to is the member referred to a letter that came from the Leader of the Opposition office when I happened to be Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Speaker, which was before I was the Premier. That letter said there's a process, and that process will be followed like every quarry across this province gets cited, Mr. Speaker, goes through an appropriate process. We have not been involved. I have not been involved in that process, Mr. Speaker. So I thank the honourable member for the opportunity to clarify the misinformation that's been floating around with an improper allegation that somehow that letter, which was dated long before I became Premier, is effective when I'm the Premier of this province. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader in the House for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In an article published in the Weekly Press, contains some email dialogue between a government staffer and the former Environment Minister, the Minister for Dartmouth East. In these emails, the staffer uses expletives and is critical of the Fall River councillor. He also accuses the MLA for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank of, and I quote, putting the councillor up to things because he is mad. My question to the Premier is if he was aware of the ongoing dialogue.
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank again the honourable member for the question. That dialogue came to my office. I saw that just recently in the very article that she's referring to. That member she's referring to was not a staff in the Premier's office. He worked in as an opposition office at the time. He has since called the councillor, to my understanding, to have a conversation with him. That is one piece of that entire dialogue which seems to happen. Little bits of conversations get slid out instead of the entire conversation to put context around it. So we look forward to putting the context, and I'll ensure that you get the entire conversation. And I also want to, Mr. Speaker, and I also want to reference, she referenced the MLA from Fall River. I want to congratulate him, Mr. Speaker. He stood in my office and talked to me about that, and I want to tell you what I told him. Stand with the people of your community, Mr. Speaker, what I said to the honourable member, and that's exactly what he's doing, he's standing with the people of this community.
The Honourable Leader in the House for the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, the Fall River Quarry issue has been a sensitive one for local residents. We do now have accusations of interference from the highest level of government and knowledge of rather heated exchanges behind the scenes. So, Mr. Speaker, this can only add to the intensity of the situation. I appreciate the Premier's comments in terms of providing more detail and perspective on that and answering the question, but I would like to know, in further to that, what he is going to do to address this issue.
The Honourable Premier.
Again, I want to thank the honourable member for the question. I want to tell her again, in no time since being the Premier or before was I involved in that quarry, Mr. Speaker. The reality of it is the honourable member who represents that riding has continued to stand by with his community to continue to make sure that he's representing the community's interests across this province. I've encouraged him to do so, continuing to encourage him at every step of the way to make sure that the views of his constituents are represented, and he'll make the decision, as he's done, to make sure and continually to represent his constituency in the most honourable way. And I want to congratulate him, and I want to thank him for working with our government, and I want to really congratulate him to do what every member should do, Mr. Speaker, is always stand with the people who elect you and bring you to this House, and that's why he's been standing with those that are opposed to that quarry, Mr. Speaker. There is a process to go through. They will go through that process. The end result will be determined by someone else, not by me.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, recently the Conference Board confirmed what all Nova Scotians know all too well, and that is that we pay among the highest taxes in all of Canada, Mr. Speaker. What Nova Scotians are going to be surprised to see is that the current budget, the current government's budget, contains a hidden tax increase due to bracket creep. This is something the Premier opposed when he was in opposition, but he seems all too happy to reap the benefits of this hidden tax increase now, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Premier, how much is the hidden tax increase worth in this year's budget due to bracket creep?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the question. I don't know whether he was Chief of Staff when his Premier decoupled that, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure whether he was there at the time or not, but I do want to, Mr. Speaker, tell all Nova Scotians how proud I am of the hard work they've been doing with this government to bring us back to fiscal stability, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're seeing really positive signs with youth employment being up. Mr. Speaker, we're seeing business confidence up. Mr. Speaker, we're seeing our population grow. As I said yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we have a surplus of $17 million, Mr. Speaker. There's not time to pop the champagne cork. There's lots of hard work to continue to do. We're going to continue to work with the optimistic Nova Scotians who are supporting this government, who are investing their own money to create jobs, Mr. Speaker, so that we can provide the services Nova Scotia wants, and, Mr. Speaker, so we can deal with the unfair taxes that are before our province. But we have to do it in a systematic, sustainable way, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, if the Premier were so confident in his own budget, he would honestly and directly answer the question, how much is the hidden tax increase in this year's budget? But he didn't, something he used to oppose. And the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, we know the amount. It's $22.5 million in income tax increases on the backs of Nova Scotians that the Premier did not tell them in an upfront way, something he used to oppose. Now his entire pretend surplus and more is accounted for by a personal income tax increase on the backs of those very Nova Scotians who are asked to pay for the Yarmouth Ferry and asked to pay for all these other things, Mr. Speaker. Now they have to pay more in taxes too. So why is the Premier banking on $22.5 million in personal income tax increases instead of keeping his promise to do away with bracket creep as he told the people before?
The Honourable Premier.
Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the question. Again, I want to thank all those Nova Scotians, Mr. Speaker, who are believing in this province, who are investing their hard-earned money to create job opportunity, create economic opportunities, Mr. Speaker, allowing us to continue to stabilize the public services they require. That's why we've invested in public education. That's why in this budget we're investing in childcare to ensure that childcare workers get paid the appropriate amount of money, Mr. Speaker, while we deal with the subsidy. Working with vulnerable Nova Scotians to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that we are providing them with the things that they deserve. Mr. Speaker, just imagine where this province would be if Nova Scotians had swallowed his idea of cutting $1 billion in taxes, Mr. Speaker. We'd be like Newfoundland, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Premier. We've heard very little over the last little while about the government's ongoing labour negotiations, Mr. Speaker. Teachers, healthcare workers, public service workers have been without a contract for months now, Mr. Speaker. So I wonder if the Premier could give us an update on the government's ongoing negotiations with the public sector workers here in Nova Scotia.
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the honourable member would know, they're at the bargaining table negotiating with teachers, public service. We're hoping the public service union will take the deal that they agreed to their members, to have their members have an opportunity to have a say in that. But we're continuing to look forward to bringing some of those negotiations to conclusion. We're optimistic about what we're hearing that's coming from the table, and we look forward to getting a positive result for the people of Nova Scotia.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Speaker, in the last 2 years, this government's introduced a string of bills that have curbed workers' rights in Nova Scotia. These bills have raised serious concerns about the government's willingness to participate in good faith bargaining with our union members. We have now seen and been presented with a budget that assumes an unnegotiated wage pattern, Mr. Speaker. The relationship between the government and the public sector worker has been damaged over the last couple of years. So I'd like to ask the Minister, what is he doing to rebuild the trust between the government and the public sector workers so that these workers can believe the government is willing to negotiate in good faith?
The Honourable Premier.
Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the question. I believe public sector workers across this province recognize that we all have a role to play, Mr. Speaker, in ensuring that we get this province back to fiscal health. If he would know the issues around the agreements was never about the money, he would know the union leaders across this province representing every union has said it wasn't about the money, it was about the process. So we're improving the process for them, Mr. Speaker. We're encouraged by the fact they realize there are some difficult challenges, but let me tell you, not a single public servant under our government has lost anything, Mr. Speaker. We've told them the growth they've been enjoying over the last, under the NDP government, was unsustainable for this province, so we have to have the ability to negotiate and provide salary increases that reflect Nova Scotia's ability to pay. And I want to remind the honourable member that when he was the leader, when he was the Minister of Health, he took away paramedics' right to strike, Mr. Speaker. We've not taken anything away from public service. We've just said everyone's going to play a role in getting this province back to fiscal health, and they have a role to play as well.
The Honourable Member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Health. Often in this chamber, when we ask the Minister about health care delivery, he says it's the responsibility of the Health Authority, and he passes it off, and we're told that the Health Authority is responsible. They're in charge of administering care. Well, there's a 90-year-old woman in Pictou County that's looking for a family doctor, and after speaking with the Health Authority, they told her that she should reach out to her MLA to see if her MLA can find her a doctor. So I asked the Health Minister this morning, what does the Health Minister say to the Health Authority when they are sending patients looking for family doctors back to MLAs?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just this week I met with Dr. Lynn Harrigan, who is assembling a team for the entire province to do recruitment, but in particular to target areas like Pictou, like Digby, areas that have current challenges, and I am convinced that with the amount of recruiting that have taken place just since January of this year, we'll be at a better place when these new doctors start in July and August of this year.
The honourable member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hopefully one of those doctors will start, that's in July or August, will be in Pictou County, because the Health Authority used to maintain a list of people that were looking for a doctor, and they would help them find one. I think they might have ran out of ink because the list is probably too long. They're not even maintaining it anymore, and now the Health Authority is saying, we don't know what to do. Go talk to your MLA. So we have a situation where the system is so overburdened that healthcare professionals are forced to use political pressure to try and get this government to accept the problem. And I just asked the minister, can he tell us when there may be some hope for the people of Pictou County that this doctor shortage in our area might be resolved?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know what is taking place in the zones across the province is that when a doctor gets sick and leaves his practice suddenly or retires on very, very short notice, there is a list that people can call. As a number up on the website that they can call, get the name on the list so that the next available doctor can take on some of those patients that are without a doctor. I know this is happening very, very smoothly in the Western Zone. We had a doctor leave without 24-hour notice. Those lists, people put their name on the list, and it worked very, very smoothly.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Minister of Energy. Emera Newfoundland has confirmed that at least some workers on the Maritime Link project in Cape Breton are being laid off after one of its major contractors filed for bankruptcy protection. 2 weeks ago, the company was unable to meet its payroll, but has since paid its employees. This is no way to manage a project of this magnitude. So my question to the Minister, has the Minister reached out to see how many people are going to be laid off and when?
The Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for the question. Obviously, this is being run by Emera, who's responsible for this project. It's always unfortunate when you hear talk of layoffs. My understanding is the amount of employees under this particular contractor is around 31. As to how many will be faced with layoffs is unclear at the moment. It's my understanding there's some other contractors who are coming into the project as well, and they've indicated to us that the project will be completed on time and on budget.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Mr. Speaker, our fear is the project is in serious jeopardy. The entire Muskrat Falls project is now delayed, and it's way over budget. Now people are worried about the Maritime Link portion. There are many red flags going up. So again, my question to ministers, what are they doing to see that this project does not fall behind schedule and or over budget?
The Honourable Minister of Energy.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said before, the interest that Emera has is in the Maritime Link. That is on time and it is on budget, which we're very proud of, especially knowing some of the challenges that are being encountered with the Muskrat Falls portion of the project in Newfoundland and Labrador. We keep in touch with Emera. They have assured us again that our contractors are being brought in to take care of this work. We are watching to see as to how many may be faced with layoffs, but there may be opportunities for those employees to pick up work with other contractors. But again, they have assured us that the Maritime Link portion of this project is on time and on budget.
The Honourable Leader in the House for the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I asked the Minister of Justice to address the issue of not reviewing closed child welfare cases that used hair strand drug testing as evidence in the family courts, a method of testing deemed scientifically unreliable. The Minister, instead of addressing this issue, asked me to move on to my second question because she was not able to answer it. Mr. Speaker, the Minister is solely responsible for matters of justice in Nova Scotia. I will ask the Minister once again and hope she can provide Nova Scotians with the answers. Why does she believe it is acceptable to not review cases where the faulty testing was issued?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to answer the question on another occasion. I was able to get more information after the question was asked yesterday, and I think what's most important is that I was told that the Justice Department has no legal authority or expertise to review child welfare cases.
The Honourable Leader in the House for the New Democratic Party.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in Ontario, where the same testing was used in the exact same lab used by Nova Scotia, the Ministry of Justice has created a commission led by family law experts to review thousands of cases where faulty and unreliable testing was used. I believe the minister is abdicating responsibility on this issue, which is an issue of potential injustice to Nova Scotians. Mr. Speaker, I will ask the minister to commit today to review all court cases where hair strand testing was used in child welfare cases.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much. And just to further to my first answer, it's important to know that on a case-by-case basis, we will review those cases if somebody comes forward and asks for that, or if it's ordered by a judge. So, thank you.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Immigration. In December 2014, she announced a new immigration stream called Nova Scotia Demand Express Entry, and I'll table that, and it targeted needed skills in the province but avoided some of the hurdles that existed in other streams. Despite a number of press releases since about other new streams in the immigration web, the website now says that this is not accepting applications anymore. When was the decision made to close this program, and when will it be reopened?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I really want to thank the member opposite for asking the very first immigration question in this period, because I really do believe that immigration is a great priority for our province and indeed in this country. So very much I appreciate that. It also gives me the opportunity to thank very much all these volunteers and wonderful people in Nova Scotia that have supported all the refugee effort that we've been doing. And the staff at the Office of Immigration and all our settlement partners who've been working very hard on this. So in terms of immigration, I would be happy to answer that. I'll let you ask me the second question. Go ahead.
Yeah, the Honourable Member for Dartmouth East.
You know, Mr.
Order, please. The Honourable Member for Dartmouth East.
No, Mr. Speaker, I have a friend that calls the first hour of the legislature congratulatory hour, and question period is quickly becoming congratulatory hour. The most recent release about the streams appears on January 6th and doesn't mention closing this particular stream. And I guess what I want to know is this stream had a unique quality in that highly skilled immigrants, especially those who might be in research and scientists, and who had experience in Canada, but were in a catch-22 of not being able to sign on to a full-time job without permanent residency, could apply to this stream. And now this stream appears to be closed. So with no other stream with this combination, why has this stream been shut down, and why was no warning given that it was being shut down?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, in 2015, we launched 2 express entry systems to reflect the processing system that the federal government started, the Nova Scotia Demand that you've alluded to, and the Nova Scotia Experience, both of which we're very proud of. The Nova Scotia Experience is the first one that was launched in this country specifically to deal with international students and temporary foreign workers. The uptake has been remarkable. When you talk about the Nova Scotia Demand Stream, we've got thousands of applications. We have not closed it. We've put it on hold for a little bit of time in order to review the many applications that we have, but it's certainly not closed, and we will definitely be coming back to it. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Health. Those on dialysis in the Valley face the daunting challenge of travelling 3 or 4 times each week to Halifax for a 4 or 6 hour dialysis treatment. They cannot drive themselves. They need a driver. My friend, who unfortunately needs dialysis, was told when trying to figure out how he was going to do this, move to Halifax. My question for the Minister is, can the Minister of Health tell this House and the citizens of Valley when they can expect dialysis unit at Valley Regional, or does the Minister also advise move to Halifax?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I need to remind the member and all Nova Scotians that we have an outstanding provincial renal dialysis program. that has made great progress. Recently, the Premier and I met with the provincial renal dialysis program to look at what should be our next move, both in terms of major sites involving Kentville, Bridgewater, but more in particular some possible satellite locations.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Thank the minister for that answer. This government committed to dialysis in the Valley is in a December 2013 press release, which I'll read. It says, patients in Halifax, Kentville, Bridgewater and Dartmouth will have better access to dialysis treatment with a $5 million investment in 2014-2015. I'll table that. The current capital plan, and I hesitate to table your own capital plan, but I will, the current capital plan calls for a dialysis unit, Valley Regional Hospital, under Buildings Other on page 6. My question for the minister is this. Given those two written commitments, can the minister confirm that this year's capital plan will be honoured with a dialysis unit built at Valley Regional Hospital this year?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What I can convey to the member for Kings North is that that money is now set aside for design of the dialysis unit, and we're also, however, looking at the whole program to see what our main priority should be. We know that people of the Valley are currently well served through the dialysis unit in Berwick, but again, I can tell the member we continue to work with the provincial program.
The honourable member for Northside, Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Minister of Transportation. The Englishtown ferry service was shut down for major repairs on Wednesday. The department spokesperson said it requires extensive repairs to its hydraulic system. Only a year and a half ago, the ferry went through more than $1 million refit, which was also to fix the hydraulic system. My question to the minister is, what is causing the obstructions in the hydraulic tubes, and how much are these repairs expected to cost?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. I don't know if I can define what is an extensive work on the hydraulic system, but this is actually a flush, so it's taking down and stripping down all the components of the hydraulic system to change up some of the gearing and do a lot of the flush work. So that's what this is. The estimated price at this point, the cost is going to be $40,000. Thank you.
The honourable member for Northside, Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the minister for that answer. The minister's department is saying the repairs will take no longer than 2 weeks to complete. Last time the service repairs were way behind schedule and way over budget. Does the minister commit that the ferry will be back in service on May 18th before the long weekend?
The honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, with this flush work, we anticipate, in all honesty, we hope that it'll be less than the 2 weeks. But we're obviously giving ourselves a window to make sure that we don't go over that time. So every indication from the department and the folks on the ground doing the work is that it will be within that 2-week time frame. Obviously, our duty is to communicate to the public. So if there's any changes in that, if it is sooner, then obviously we'll get that out. And we certainly endeavour to get that done before the long weekend. And we're going to do our very best and hope that we can stay within that 2-week window. Thank you.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, poverty is a serious problem in Nova Scotia with ramifications both on a personal and public level. Lives are damaged by the impact of poverty. It affects health, education, and the capacity for productive and fulfillful lives, Mr. Speaker. And tax dollars are spent, and indeed should be spent, to provide basic assistance for people living in poverty. 40% of children living in poverty live in a family with at least one full-time, full-year worker who in many cases earn minimum wage, Mr. Speaker, which is currently at $10.70 an hour, up 10 cents from last year. So I'd like to ask the Minister of Labour and Advanced Education if she would agree that raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour is an effective way to reduce poverty.
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question and point out to him
that the current format for changing the minimum wage is with the Minimum Wage Review Committee, which sits annually. This is a process that was set up under the NDP government. There were a number of fairly rapid increases in the minimum wage during that time, and one of the things I did hear at that time was some small business owners found it very difficult to meet that big change quickly, and in fact ended up not hiring people at that time because of the rapid increase. So any change in the minimum wage, of course, has to balance both of those concerns.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to be part of a government that brought in that committee. Prior to that, Liberal and Conservative governments raised the minimum wage right before an election. So it's great to see that committee working. But, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't address the issues. The minister claimed in a previous question that employment could drop under increase in minimum wage. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in 2014, a report states that stimulating purchasing power is the most important way to support job creation, and that increasing minimum wage has no effect on the employment. So I'd like to ask the minister, does the minister agree that raising the minimum wage will bring a badly needed boost to the economy of Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for that question, and perhaps he could let us know what report that came from. But also, I would point out that while there is increased buying power when minimum wage goes up, it also has an effect on the wages above minimum wage, Mr. Speaker. So anytime you increase the minimum wage, you often see a multiplier effect on positions that are above minimum wage. So anything like that would have to be taken into account. I would point out that the Minimum Wage Review Committee meets annually and is made up of equal numbers of members from employer and employees, so that all those are taken into consideration when those rates are set. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Energy. Mr. Speaker, last month the government announced changes to the Port Tupper site, that the facility is no longer required to be must-run. The question to the Minister, can the Minister update the House on what capacity he expects the biomass facility to be operating at in 2017?
The Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the member for the question. Yes, we did put an end to must run. As you will recall, it was a previous government that had put the requirement of it being must run. We heard from Nova Scotians about their concerns with the amount of primary forest biomass that was being used at the facility. We also heard from Nova Scotia Power that this was actually becoming a more expensive source of fuel for them, and therefore, in order to address the concerns that had been raised about the primary forest biomass going into the facility, the pressures it was placing on rates, we put an end to the must run. The agreement that has been reached between Nova Scotia Power and Port Hawkesbury Paper is that this facility will be used as needed. We expect, especially during the winter months when it's really cold, that they may have to use the facility. There is a steam purchase agreement that exists between Nova Scotia Power and Port Hawkesbury Paper, but at this point in time, Nova Scotia Power will only use the facility when it is economically viable to do so.
The Honourable Member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, with delays to the Muskrat Falls project and the potential that power will not come online in April of 2018 as planned, the biomass plant could be called upon to provide an extra source of energy. Nova Scotia is required to hit and maintain its renewable electricity targets. Biomass is considered by the government to be a renewable resource. My question to the Minister, does the Minister expect the utilization of the biomass plant will increase if energy from the Muskrat Falls project is delayed?
The Honourable Minister of Energy.
The percentage that the biomass was actually putting towards renewable targets was actually quite low, which is why putting an end to the must run did not cause concern regarding us being able to meet our renewable energy targets. So in order to give a direct answer to the member's question, will any delays in Muskrat Falls require more usage of the biomass at Point Tupper? The answer is no.
The Honourable Member for Colchester-Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
My question is for the Minister of Justice. A number of people come through my office doors with maintenance enforcement issues. And I realize that all these people have different personalities and different circumstances. But the one thing that seems to be common lately is communication. They have difficulty getting a hold of the person that they need to contact in the department. And some of the information that is there is wrong, and that's what decisions are based on. I'm wondering if the reform will look at this process.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk about maintenance enforcement. I think all members of the House know that we've begun some consultations now that have 3 particular questions we're asking people to answer, but they're related to changes to legislation, which we hope people will participate in. It also has a general section where you can give us other inputs, so I look forward to that. But I would say, first of all, that any of the cases that we deal with as MLAs with maintenance enforcement are really seeing people in a very difficult time. As you know, it's a dreadful time for them to be in conflict, to have families that are no longer together, to have the concerns that we have about the maintenance of children and support for families. So it is a tough time, absolutely, and we are doing our utmost. As you know, there was maybe I can speak about the review that was done last fall and our efforts on that in a moment.
The Honourable Member for Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Communication is just so vital to any process, especially when people their emotions are running high on various situations. When will the review be done, and when will the process take on a new face?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much. The review was done particularly about customer service and how we treat the clients and how they can communicate. And it did point out a lot of areas where we could improve. One of the things I'm very proud of that we have, I understand has already been done, is that we now have the phone number of the enforcement officer given directly to the recipients of the money. It used to be that only the payers could get a direct line to the enforcement officer and give their case about why they were having difficulty perhaps in paying. But the recipients never got to call and say the trouble they were having and how urgent it was. And we've made that change. They no longer have to go through a call center. They can come straight into the enforcement officer. I think that's quite tremendous because there are a lot of people that need someone to talk to. They need to get a direct line. So that is one thing, and I'd be happy to talk to the member further about some of the other changes. Thank you.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister of Health. Trauma-specific therapy services have been available to survivors of sexual violence in both Antigonish and through the Avalon Sexual Assault Centre. In rural areas, especially, Mr. Speaker, where mental health services are limited, these highly specialized trauma-informed services are essential to women and men who access them. However, there is now uncertainty as whether or not these critical positions will be continued to be funded. So I'd like to ask the Minister, can the Minister explain what the government's intention is for these specific trauma-specific therapy services?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And what I can inform the member concerning this very important service in Nova Scotia is that just this week we took a look at reviewing where the Avalon Sexual Assault Centre and Women's Connect in Antigonish, who provide the same service and other support counselling, and those 2 centres will certainly be supported financially as we have for the past number of years.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the key is to make long-term plans for these organizations to ensure that they could continue to help and support vulnerable women and children, especially, Mr. Speaker, in our rural communities. So I hope the Minister, I don't know if he's making a public announcement on this, but I hope that the Minister can reassure those people who provide these important services that this will be an ongoing, committed, funded positions within these organizations.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. These two organizations, of course, have been carrying on this work now for a number of years. We will be selecting a provincial coordinator, expanding the programs into Cape Breton and Western Nova Scotia. I expect this service to become even stronger during this fiscal year with the additional $750,000 towards this program.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question through you is to the Minister of Transportation. All of the advocates for improved pedestrian safety were really clear and loud for their support and opposition to the enforcement of Bill 133. The minister stressed over and over that this was about safety of pedestrians, and the level of the fine reflected that need of safety. Yesterday, under pressure to simply say what his new plan is, the minister said maybe it would change and maybe that it would be proclaimed. Is the minister considering an increase or decrease in the fine, and if so, what will the new safety message be?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Safety is a shared responsibility. That was the purpose of that component of Bill 133. One of the things I think it's reasonable and fair to listen to the advocates, the people who were expressing their opinion on Bill 133. And one of the things that became clear, and I think the member opposite may have alluded to it at that point, was the fact that there was some discrepancies or some issue with how you compare fines. So comparatively impaired driving, distracted driving, vis-a-vis these pedestrian fines. So what we discussed at that point and where we were yesterday was when we launched our road safety strategy, the very comprehensive road safety strategy for the province in June, we would look at a complete review of all those fines. So clearly pedestrian fines would be part of that. That was the commitment yesterday. That's what I said. But at the end of the day, this is all about road safety, pedestrian safety, and keeping Nova Scotians safe. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the minister for his answers. And we are aware that he has engaged a third party to do some work to understand the reviews of fines and come to some conclusion of what will be. I'm wondering if the minister can tell us if it's he has hired a non-public servant to review the Motor Vehicle Act, and if so, who it is and what the cost will be.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We don't have any of that decided at this point. We haven't embarked on that particular piece yet. When we're looking at the road safety strategy and what's going to really be the template for the province for the next decade, what we're looking at is a full-scale review virtually of everything. The Motor Vehicle Act is very cumbersome, it's very antiquated, and there's a lot of things that we have to look at and deal with. So as part of that process, when we talked about third-party and outside contracts, it would be to look at clearly a jurisdictional scan, see what other provinces are doing well, that we could adapt here to the province of Nova Scotia, and just looking at ways to make it better. I know that there's differing opinions on how we should do it and what we should do, but at the end of the day, we want to keep people safe. That's the #1 priority for our department, and of course, it's a key for our government. So we're going to bring in all voices, get as much feedback as we can through professional services and, of course, through public advocates. And at the end of the day, I think we'll land in a spot that we can all support. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is also for the Minister of Transportation. I'd just like to follow up on that. So we know Bill 33 has yet to be proclaimed, and like other high-profile government bills, it just continues to languish, and now, after it's passed, there will be consultation. So I'd like to ask the Minister if he can shed some light on how did this much-heralded bill make it through every stage of this House without the necessary consultation to begin with?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Mr. Speaker, Bill 133 was very comprehensive. It dealt with a number of different aspects of road safety. There's a lot of work to do. I know the member knows this. He has got a good feel for basically everything. But look, as we go through the proclamation process, we identify each component and how we get it to the finish line. So what was released this week was the first component of Bill 133, which was information on collision data. So what we did with supervisory drivers vis-a-vis impaired driving will be part of the other processes that we go through for proclamation. And of course, we'll get to that point for pedestrian fines. So all of those align with that road safety strategy in June, and that would be the perfect timing to launch a review on all the fines for the province here in Nova Scotia.
The honourable member for Pictou East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, I do try to keep my finger on the pulse on a number of issues, but with great power comes great responsibility. And the Bill 133 follows a pattern that we see this government introduce multiple amendments of the same act, piecemeal legislation coming through, and we've seen multiple iterations of the Motor Vehicle Act come through bills, the HRM Charter, multiple bills, Municipal Governments Act, multiple bills, Health Authority, multiple bills. It's a pattern that we see, and now also we see that with this bill here. So I'd just like to ask the minister again, why doesn't this government do these comprehensive reviews before they bring piecemeal legislation before the House?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With respect to this bill and respect to the question, look, the member can make this about our government and make this about a political partisan attack about how we do things, but at the end of the day, this is about road safety for us. The suggestion and the advice we had with respect to pedestrian fines was that we would make it a consistent level. That's where the level that was in Bill 133 was established. But again, talking to stakeholders, going through this process, and looking at the advice and the feedback from the public that said, why don't you take a look at the bigger picture of all fines collectively? So while we're completely revamping the Motor Vehicle Act, while we're looking at a complete roadmap for road safety, this would be the ideal time to look at those things as a whole as they relate to each other. That's exactly what we're doing. And again, Mr. Speaker, this isn't politics, this isn't partisanship, this is keeping the people of this great province safe. Thank you.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to repeat a question to the Minister of Environment today and hope that I can get a response this time. When it comes to environmental policy, many Nova Scotians feel that meaningful citizen engagement is compromised by lack of access to information. So I ask the Minister, what's her department doing to ensure that the government keeps its promise to be the most open and transparent province in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member opposite for repeating that question so I have the opportunity to respond, because in fact we are the most open and transparent.
Order, please. The Honourable Minister of the Environment has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, specific to the Department of Environment, all environmental approvals are online. All industrial approvals will soon be online. We also, all my decision letters are also posted. And we also have a program coming up soon that's going to be released called SNAP. And it's an online information system as well to allow people to process applications online and do other, and it's also transparent. So I would encourage the members certainly to access the government website and to be able to verify all that information.
The Honourable Member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's always nice to see the government patting themselves on the back and clapping for themselves. But, you know, there's a lot of local citizens in Nova Scotia who feel that they're not so transparent, especially around the northern pulp in Pictou County and also in the Alton Gas area, where they're very upset with this government about what's been going on. For local citizens, in fact, meaningful engagement is very important. And in Ontario, there's an environmental commissioner who's an independent officer of the legislature who works to ensure that citizens have access to fair, balanced, and accurate information. So my question for the minister is, does she think that perhaps having an environmental commissioner here in Nova Scotia could help improve citizens' access to fair and accurate information?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member has mentioned a few things that certainly I can't discuss. The Alton Gas situation certainly I can't talk about. There is now an appeal before the Supreme Court of Canada. So as she would well know that I can't talk about that at all. But also I would encourage any members of
Order, please. Time allotted for oral questions put by members to ministers has expired. Just before we go to government business, I'll recognize the honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank on an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to make an introduction of the East Galway. class of grade 11s and 12 students of Lockview High School, and their leaders, Colin McEachran and Nancy Bianca. Would you appreciate rise?
The honourable member for King South on an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted today to introduce a group of students from the Speaker's Gallery from Horton High School. They're joining us today as the political science class of teacher Brad Richards. As future voters and potential leaders, they've come to see democracy in action, and I would like them to stand and receive the warm welcome of the House.
We're not done yet. The Honourable Minister of Justice on an introduction.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's always a pleasure when we have visitors to the House, as you know. So I'm happy to have the opportunity to introduce to the House my summer student, whose name is Elizabeth Haking. She's a university student here in Halifax, a resident of Clayton Park West. She's been a Rotary Exchange student and very active in the Interact Club, I believe it's called, at Halifax West. And her name is Elizabeth Haking, and she's with my constituency assistant, Krista Alford. If you could stand to receive the warm welcome.
The Honourable Minister of Education on an introduction.
Well, thank you. I don't want any of those young folks in the gallery to be left out, so I do want to acknowledge the team from Acadia. Acadia Robotics are here, and they will be participating in the announcement on the coding strategy, which will be taking place downstairs at 12 o'clock. So welcome and thank you, and we're looking forward to seeing your work. Stand up.
That everybody? The Honourable Government House Leader on some government business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just for our visitors in the gallery are probably wondering what happens next. Now that question period has ended, we are still into the budget estimates, and we will resume debate on those estimates. And prior to doing so, Mr. Speaker, I would move that you do now leave the chair and that the House resolve itself into a committee of the whole on supply.
The Honourable Member for Inverness.
Mr. Speaker, this provincial budget contains funding for the province's first sexual violence strategy. There is also $271 million in mental health funding. We know the cost of these things in terms of dollars, but we also know the cost they have on people's lives. Today I will propose a solution to one of the root causes of mental health issues, and it will not cost the government a cent. I would like to speak about something we should no longer ignore, something that sometimes promotes violence against women, something that has affected the mental health of many, both directly and indirectly. I would like to speak about the impact of pornography on young Nova Scotians. This discussion is about the need to keep porn away from children. I am not talking about banning pornography for moral reasons. People have a right to their personal freedoms, though there are laws which restrict children from viewing porn. Mr. Speaker, this is about keeping porn away from children for the sake of their mental health. Time magazine recently reported 90% of behavior in popular porn contained physical aggression towards women. This becomes a more serious issue when we see how mainstream pornography has become and how easy it is for children to access it on the internet. We in this legislature, Mr. Speaker, not so long ago, Mr. Speaker, we were looking for laws to punish the young men who defiled Rehtaeh Parsons. Yet what have we done to protect those young men from thinking that what they did was normal, acceptable? Mr. Speaker, they were making and distributing pornography and they thought nothing of it. But it is not just teenagers. The desensitization to the degradation of women also reaches the Dalhousie School of Dentistry. Why are we surprised to see these things happening in a world where porn has become normal and acceptable. Mr. Speaker, these are two local and real examples of how pornography has contributed to incredibly dehumanizing behavior. Now, I have no proof in the latter case, but looking at the age of the men involved and the statistics on porn consumption, some of these men may have been influenced by things they've been watching for years. Only they know. Porn is powerful. Watching it has consequences, especially for our youth. It teaches boys and young men to put women who look a certain way on a pedestal. The only problem, that pedestal is a doormat, one that needs to be changed frequently. Porn wires a young boy's brain so that it becomes harder for him to see those things about a woman that bring lasting happiness, the things that we should put women on a pedestal for. And I know, Mr. Speaker, with Mother's Day approaching, we can all think of the many good qualities in our own moms. We think of kindness. We think of someone who challenges to be a better person, someone who would feed her family before she would feed herself. Instead, Mr. Speaker, pornography, when young boys are seeing it, they're seeing things I can't describe here. They're seeing women being used and abused, all while playing on his natural sexual interests. Boys are taught to disrespect women, and then they're left to their own devices to act these things out in their own lives. Or not act them out, hopefully, Mr. Speaker. There are consequences of that. Sexual assault, violence against women, depression, a lack of empathy, broken relations. How many women out there have been confused by the behavior of their partners? They may look to porn as a source. I'm going to ask a strong question here, Mr. Speaker. Would you let a crack dealer hang out in your 11-year-old boy's bedroom to wait until he got home from school? Then why do we allow porn to be so accessible on the internet? This is an issue of children's mental health. We have controls in place for tobacco, for alcohol, for gambling, but not for pornography. For those adults who watch porn, forget about yourselves for a minute. This is not about you. Mr. Speaker, adults may have the ability to separate that world of fantasy and reality. Why the example of the crack dealer hanging out in your 11-year-old boy's room? Because porn can be like a drug, and age 11 is the average age that young boys begin to see porn. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I was speaking with a friend of mine this week, and she told me her own son at the age of 8 was visiting a friend's parents' house to see his friend, and he saw it. He was very disturbed by it, so was his mom, but that has happened, and that is proof that it is happening. So, Mr. Speaker, neuroscience studies show that the brain reacts to porn much in the same way it would react to a drug. Both teach the brain to crave them, with dopamine levels spiking on stimulus. That is very normal and to be expected. Mr. Speaker, if we didn't have that instinct, none of us would be here. Unfortunately, there is evidence to show that our brains can change. In both cases, people can become addicted, lose perspective on reality. We know how people with addictions affect family members, how those addictions destroy relationships and cause pain for the person suffering with the addiction and their family. But, Mr. Speaker, I must stress that porn does not have to become an addiction to cause mental health issues. We also know that our brains can become bored and want a stronger drug. Again, neuroscience studies have shown that the reward area of the brain can actually shrink from porn use or drug use or anything that causes that kind of stimulus. That leaves users craving a stronger drug or more extreme porn, which probably explains why there is such extreme pornography out there, because people are consuming it. So, Mr. Speaker, if we do not allow pornography to be displayed on bus ads, television screens in bars or shopping malls, because we consider it inappropriate for some viewers, why do we allow it to be so accessible on smartphones? As one example. If we agree that it needs to be controlled, at least for our children, so they can avoid it, Whose job is it to make that happen? Parents? Your children's friends' parents? Schools? Your neighbors? Mr. Speaker, you would expect all of those people to keep your children from consuming alcohol. You would expect the agents who sell alcohol, the Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation, to also keep alcohol from getting, at least directly from their store shelves, into the hands of children. Shouldn't we expect the same from internet service providers, from web publishers and Wi-Fi providers? They bring the internet and pornography right into your 11-year-old son's bedroom. What are internet service providers doing to responsibly deliver their product? Mr. Speaker, how can we do all of this without impacting people's freedoms? I believe we can do it by targeting those who don't want it. Those who want it, leave them alone. But, Mr. Speaker, households should be allowed to have pornography blocked by their internet service provider. And I believe that service providers should be required to provide this service and to offer it. They're doing this in the United Kingdom. I'm not even suggesting that we take measures as strong as they've taken there. There, they automatically, 6 of the largest companies automatically, people are automatically opted out from it coming into their homes. What I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, is that at least we give parents the option to keep it out of their home. Now, I know there are challenges. Mr. Speaker, Ofcom in the United Kingdom reports that 18% of children aged 12 to 15 know how to disable online filters. But I would point this out, Mr. Speaker, only 6% of them have done so. We have to acknowledge that access to pornography cannot be completely eliminated. But our goal should be to limit access as best we can, in much the same way we do that with alcohol, drugs, or tobacco. Parents need our support here in this legislature. Parents, it's a difficult topic for them. Mr. Speaker, it's a difficult topic for me to speak about. But they need our help. Parents need to avoid having a false sense of security around this issue. When I was in Winnipeg last fall to attend a conference, a Beyond Borders conference, where Dale Sutherland and Bob Martin, who we know were survivors of child sexual abuse, where they were being given an award, a media award, for their work in bringing awareness to the issue and having a law changed right here in Nova Scotia. There was a symposium that morning. They talked about child sex trafficking. One of the topics that was discussed was pornography and how much of an impact it's having on our society, and how important it is for parents to have an internet plan at home for their kids. And that means talking to their children about these things, and it means monitoring the activity and the usage limits children have of the internet to protect them. So, Mr. Speaker, I will close by saying that what I'm talking about here is not about banning pornography. We cannot do that. There is the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And, Mr. Speaker, the public will never agree whether or not pornography is right or wrong. But surely we can agree that it is wrong in the hands of our children.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and certainly it's an opportunity to have an opportunity to address the House in the address in reply concerning the budget, and it's certainly a great opportunity. And I want to talk about what's not in the budget, Mr. Speaker, probably today. And Mr. Speaker, we've heard this line before: if you give a man a fish, you feed him for a day, and if you teach him how to fish, you can feed him for a lifetime. And I want to suggest that fishery in rural Nova Scotia is literally the economic engine that drives many rural communities across Nova Scotia since the golden age of sail. And also, Mr. Speaker, this was also noted in 2 years ago in the Ivory report. It understood the opportunities of and it actually recommended the possibilities or the potential of doubling fish exports by 2024. And this budget does very little to address these opportunities. Mr. Speaker, also that's been left out of the budget was the opportunity to address the boom, the business boom in the boat building industry. And my concern there is the potential that you could double the workers in that particular trade by having more electricians, welders, workers who can apply fiberglass, and in this particular budget there is very limited to address these issues. Mr. Speaker, but yet this government boasts of reducing red tape. And again, I point out that we heard it in here through question periods that the Minister of Fisheries and Agriculture announced a mandatory buyers must have a lobster handling course by the end of this year without any consultation. Now, the budget did not even talk about it, did have no reason to address this issue. And I posed a question during budget estimates, and I don't really believe I got an answer. And my question was like this, Mr. Speaker. If there's 300 buyers that disagree with the Minister of Fisheries and Agriculture and does not take the lobster handling course by the end of this year, what will happen to them lobster buyers this year? What will happen to the fishing industry by the end of this calendar year? And I would think that you would have some chaos within the fishing industry. But before I move on, I want to talk about, just go back for a moment and talk about a government that does create red tape. And we've got lobster buyers, and I can name you a number of them that has at least 4 or 5 generations of knowledge dating back to their grandparents about handling lobsters. And it's not about the handling, it's about an issue called climate change in warming waters and soft shell lobsters. And I'm going to move on, Mr. Speaker, and I want to talk about the historical landings in Nova Scotia. And a big part of that comes from southwest Nova Scotia. And I've said this a number of times, and this is not being boastful. This is presenting the facts. The facts are that Canada's fisheries landings, the 60% of it, of Canada's landings from commercial fisheries come from southwest Nova Scotia, west of Halifax. Now, the point that I'm trying to say here is that we need a way of getting that product to the consumer. And to that hungry market, 80% of it, lobsters, shellfish, groundfish, 80% of it is consumed by our good partners to the south, USA. Now, there's a limited opportunities to getting that product to that market, and I suggest that most of them, some flies from our international airport, and by the way, we made a contribution when we were in government to expand that runway. And I think that's one of the things that does get very little media attention, but it has a large impact on the commercial trade that's being done as we speak in the last few days. But one other method that majority of the products gets out of southwest Nova Scotia and Nova Scotia itself is by a ferry. Now, we have a ferry, the Fundy Rose in Digby. A new vessel has just been there in the last year or two. It's interesting to note that the capacity of that new vessel has 30% carrying capacity of commercial trucks. Now, the ferry was down for a week or so last month, and you can see how that's going to have a major impact on getting our products out. And we have a new ferry system in Yarmouth that has no capacity And I repeat, no capacity of getting commercial trucks on that particular ferry. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have got a habit, I think it's a really good habit, that I take some notes while I listen to all these very well-educated people in this chamber and our political systems across our land. And I take notes, and there was one interesting note that I took in the last 2 weeks. It was from our Prime Minister of Canada, and he was talking about resources. And I quote, Mr. Speaker, "One of the fundamental responsibilities of any Canadian Prime Minister, and this goes back for centuries, from grain on railroads to fish and fur, is to get the Canadian resources to the international markets." End of quote. And to me, that captures it. That it is. There it is right there. And I asked the question, where is the help to get our resources in Nova Scotia to the markets? And I just want to add that the United States consumes 80% of our product. Where is that federal funding? And Mr. Trudeau talked about it in the announcements leading up to the federal election, 2015. He talked about sunny ways. Sunny ways. He talked about a promise of $20 billion for infrastructure funding. And what I heard in the most recent federal budget was a meager $54 million for the Atlantic Canadian ferry services across Atlantic Canada. And I repeat, I shouldn't say a penny because that's gone out of date. Not a nickel, Mr. Speaker, not a nickel, and I'll round it off to the nearest coin. Not one nickel from the federal infrastructure money to that ferry system in Yarmouth. And there was promises. There was promises from the West Nova MP during the election process. There was a promise by South Shore St. Margaret's MP during the election process to bang on the cabinet table and to get money for that ferry service. And I suggest that it's not sunny ways. It's a cloudy day. More correctly, it's a blackout days. Mr. Speaker, a number of these questions I tried to answer during my opportunities just to reflect when I have some private time, and I asked, who negotiated this deal? Who was it that negotiated this deal and is representing Nova Scotia? And I point out that the Nova Scotia government has never paid the piper. And I guess that's why the Yarmouth Ferry, maybe United States or Bay Ferries is setting the conditions. And I question that. I really question why we're paying all the money and we don't get a chance to set the conditions. Now, I heard this a number of times, and this is the one that really I have difficult sleeping on this particular issue. Portland is a city similar to the surroundings here, and to me, it's a fishing community. It has a fish exchange, Mr. Speaker, and it's right downtown. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? That fish exchange handles 20 million pounds of resources a year, 9,000 tons each year. And each time I get an opportunity to speak, I give my colleagues some homework. And the homework is, I have an issue. If they're not endorsing they want fish trucks in their city, I have a concern. And I know that we have, again, very well-educated people in this chamber. So if they're not endorsing commercial heavy traffic, how does that product get to that fish exchange? So when you go home, and maybe the Liberal backbenchers, maybe the Premier himself, maybe the Premier's office can get involved this weekend and come up with a scenario that can get that product to that fish exchange. But I have a suggestion, Mr. Speaker. In my time to reflect on this issue of getting 20 million pounds of fish products to that city, I suggest that it may be by commercial trucks. But I'm looking forward to the reply, probably from the Premier, and it leads me again to who was negotiating for this deal for the Yarmouth Ferry. We have no commercial venture there, we have no federal contribution, and we have the taxpayers of Nova Scotia on the hook. So that leaves me with a couple of issues. And what I want to talk about is quickly is that we have the Minister of TIR talked about dealing with the issue of the MV minor on Scatterick, and I endorse it. Mr. Speaker, through you, I endorse that. There was a clause in there. The minister said at the time, I will be going to Ottawa to retrieve the money because it's a federal responsibility. And I haven't seen that yet. Now, Mr. Speaker, if I was to have the money from the NV minor and the federal government made their contribution to the Yarmouth Ferry, I could quickly come up with $60, $75 million. What would you say I could do with that, Mr. Speaker? And I would suggest that I could find some doctors for southwest Nova Scotia. And I could find some doctors for Pigtou, Cape Breton, and all of Nova Scotia. As simple as that. But what I do not want to leave the NV minor, because I know that it was important to the Minister of TIR. And it's important to me, because there's other NV miners across Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker. I have one right in Shelburne. That's our NV miner. There is several ships of this size in Bridgewater. It is Bridgewater's NV miner, and I have one in my hometown, not as large as the ones I'm trying to describe, but it's their NV miner. And this Minister of TIR is simply picking winners and losers when it's coming to his NV miner. Great idea, but there's others out there, and you're leaving them behind. Now, in my closing minute here, Mr. Speaker, we have a number of wharfs across Nova Scotia that needs upgrades, and one of them is East Point Lebert. Now, it's interesting that we're going to put millions of dollars into a United States terminal, a wharf. It's just another fancy name for a wharf. Not one penny, excuse me, not one nickel in this budget for wharfs in Nova Scotia. And I want to point out that East Port Lebert is in District 33, which runs from Back Road to Samborough, and I'll repeat, it is the fastest growing, expanding fishery in Atlantic Canada. And they need to upgrade their fleet, which they're doing, but they also need infrastructure to maintain that fleet. So it's interesting that we're putting all this money into Portland, United States, and not 1 cent on the shores of Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, this is a government that's got it wrong. This is a government that has blackout days. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to take this opportunity to say a few words going into supply today, and take the opportunity to publicly commend the Minister of Finance for the budget. Not only the member for Antigonish, who's very happy about that, but also the member for Clayton Park West, who put her time in to make sure that the province got back to fiscal health, good fiscal health. So What I do like about this budget, Mr. Speaker, is that what little room that we were able to find fiscally over the last couple of years through the various ministers and good discipline from program review and analysis of different ways government spend money, is that what room that we did find, the focus of the investments, a lot of it went to do with towards helping Nova Scotians who really need it the most. So that goes to help women at risk, to provide more assistance to people with disabilities, which is very important, and to provide more support to the vulnerable and low-income Nova Scotians. I think that's important. You know, what they say is that a society is often judged on how it treats its most vulnerable and marginalized, and I think that that's important not only for government but the nonprofit sector and community-based organizations and the private sector as well. I see that the budget contains more than $11 million to help women at risk, and I think that shows a strong commitment, along with the sexual violence strategy that the Minister from Community Services has been working on. I think that's a great initiative that our government has been undertaking. I do want to commend the Minister for Community Services as well for the last couple of years going through the transformation process and showing the courage to take the time to look at the structural challenges within that department. I think, you know, we're showing again the result of that the courage to wait out the time and invest now in this budget where we have the biggest increase for income assistance. And I think that when people look back at the budget, they'll see where our priorities are. The priorities are about helping those most vulnerable, as I mentioned, but also investing directly into classrooms, directly into frontline health care, home care, the things and the services that people really care about. You know, there obviously are challenges, and you can't be all things to all people, but those important investments are going to be there for the long term. You know, and I'm also reminded of a quote from JFK where he said, "Things don't happen. They just don't happen on their own. Things are made to happen." So through the discipline and the various ministers looking at savings in all the departments, that's how we were able to get to a point where we are able to invest in these services. And, you know, healthcare, we were talking that just is finishing up estimates, and there was attention to that budget where it was basically, you know, you look at it and it didn't increase by very much in the actual Department of Health, but when you look deeper, you could see that it actually increased by 40-some million, but it was invested in the District Health Authority where services are actually delivered. So we're actually spending more on where the services are delivered and less in the bureaucracy within the Department of Health, which I think is a big achievement. And there's also money being transferred to internal services for the IT infrastructure and to community cultures and heritage for the program in terms of wellness programs in communities. Those are all important investments, and I think that it's a great achievement to be able to constrain the growth of spending. I think that, you know, if it increased by 6 or 10%, I think we'd be getting more backlash from not being able to find the efficiencies that we sought out when we were amalgamating the district health authorities. And I did just want to touch on how our government is looking at growing the economy. So, as you know, Mr. Speaker, we closed the Jobs Fund, and we're no longer giving forgivable loans to companies. But one of the ways that we do find that is an attractive way of bringing companies here that will hire young people at pretty good income levels is the payroll rebate, which is under the Strategic Investment Fund. And that really is a great program. I haven't heard from any economist that says that program is not a good one. And I know the opposition has a problem with it. They try to obfuscate the reality that it's actually a net benefit, net return on investment fiscally, but long term those jobs will be here for a while. When they say that we've given $22 million to RBC, that was actually their policy of forgivable loans. There's been no money given to RBC. It's a rebate based on the tax revenue that comes into the province. So I find that I just find it's not in the public interest to obfuscate those facts. Either they don't understand it or they intentionally mislead the public, Mr. Speaker. So the biggest and another big obfuscation coming from the opposition on the other side of the House and in the corner of the House here is that somehow this government is an austerity government. Now, how does austerity line up with the spending still growing? When it's growing, it's not as growing as fast as it was when they were in government. So when we're limiting growth of spending to 1-point-something%, there's been no cuts to any of the budgets in any of the departments in this. So I find that kind of scary if you're looking from the outside. If this is what they think austerity is, if simply balancing the budget is what austerity is, you have to really question what their alternative would be. How much would they overspend? The last government added roughly $3.2 billion to the debt, 25% increase on the debt. And our government is being criticized for adding $50 million on the debt from the convention center. That was a deal they signed. So, and that's a P3 deal, by the way, which I can talk about as well, but I won't go too far into that. A public-private partnership, which the NDP party has come strongly against, even though the biggest P3 contract in history has been signed under their government. And I do want to touch on my favorite investment, which is coming up, which is the replacement of the VG hospital, which is the QE2 redevelopment. Finally, there is a government that has the courage to invest in infrastructure, and governments of all stripes have chronically underinvested in the infrastructure, in the buildings, and the roads, and the schools, and in the hospital downtown, which is the Nova Scotia hospital. It's been underinvested for so long, and finally, I'm very proud actually to be part of a government that's looking at addressing those issues and not just talking. So whether there'll be an investment from the private sector or not, I think that all options should be on the table. I think that our government showed that we are going to do things based on evidence, not based on dogmatic ideology from the extreme left or the extreme right. Whatever is the best interest of Nova Scotians, that's what we'll do. So, Mr. Speaker, after years of stagflation, unjustifiable tax increases, disproportionate power rate increases, bold action was required. Our population is now growing, and you can see the immigration numbers. I want to congratulate the Minister of Immigration. The numbers are unprecedented. Nova Scotia has never seen numbers like this. And as one of the younger members in the House, except the member from Hammonds Plains, Lucasville, I think is a bit younger than me, I'm proud to see youth unemployment finally going down, and it's good to see Nova Scotia stepping up and leading the country in that category as well. As you know, the last 2 quarters, business confidence has been the highest in the country as well. We have class sizes getting smaller, all the way up to grade 6 with this, the investments in this budget. And you could see if we have more mandates, if we're fortunate enough to continue to serve Nova Scotians, then you'll continue to see class sizes going down. Childcare is becoming more affordable. So I look forward to the announcement on the mechanics of how the subsidy benefits low-income families and the various workers, and how they're going to be able to actually earn a wage that is within the national average and no longer be the lowest wage in the country. Wait times are decreasing. I heard the Minister of Health say the MRIs the wait times have decreased significantly. More surgeries for hips and knees. There's a lot of positive things happening. That's just after 2.5 years. So I think that these outcomes speak for themselves. It speaks to the prudent fiscal management that all ministers have engaged themselves in. I want to commend those ministers. I want to commend the senior bureaucrats and all the civil servants who've endeavored to take on these daunting tasks. including George McClellan, who was the Deputy Minister of Finance, and I understand he's retiring. So the service he's provided for the province has been a good one. So that's all I have to say today, Mr. Speaker. I think we're on the right track. Thank you.
Barring no more speakers, that motion is carried. And just before we recess, the honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville on an introduction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would ask that all members pay very close attention for a very important hello to my mother, Pam Jessam,
so well behaved today.
and my grandmother, Rita Pulsifer. I think that it would also be important to acknowledge that Sunday is Mother's Day, and I want to wish both my mother and her mother a very happy Mother's Day, and all the mothers in Hammonds Plains Lucasville as well. Thank you.
The House will now recess for a few minutes while it resolves itself into the Committee of Whole House on Supply.
I recognize the Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you please call the resumption of consideration of the estimates of the Minister of Health and Wellness and Seniors, Resolutions E11 and E38.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome the Minister and staff back again to answer a few more questions and estimates in the Health Department. The first question, Mr. Chair, surrounds the dialysis I guess in Pictou County. I'm aware that there's a unit in Pictou. Also, Mr. Chair, the fact that our aging population will probably increase the demand for dialysis, excluding myself, Mr. Minister. But I'm wondering if the Minister could shed any light on the possibility in the future down the road that there could possibly be a dialysis unit at the Aberdeen Hospital in New Glasgow.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I guess we can say we're anticipating the end of estimates for health and wellness and seniors because we can only go 40 hours. In fact, my staff have been here so much now they think they can come in and order meals. But anyway, it is good to get to that end stage. The member asks, a very significant and growing question, even where there are sites for dialysis. We know the provincial program continues to move across the province. We know the demands and needs. And so the Aberdeen, where there are 4 chairs at the moment for dialysis, we know that the need is growing. And there have been a few occasions, of course, when people had to go to Truro. I believe, first and foremost in our province, we do have to, I think, make education in communities where there is dialysis and right across the province. I think we have to do more in those centres around education for home dialysis. It's an area where we are well behind, and I'm not sure of all of the reasons, but I do know that, people have to come into Halifax for the most part to go through the training, and I think we have to take the training and that work out to more and more communities. Technology, of course, is improving so dramatically in terms of the size of the equipment, the reduction of noise, and so on with the new technology and the advancements that are still likely to come. So I believe that if BC can be at 30% and people very, very content with the home dialysis, that in fact it's an area that we need to make a greater effort towards, not in any way to diminish the need, and the need that will always be there in terms of our current sites, and in fact we need a few more regional sites across the province as well. I certainly have been impressed by the work of the provincial renal program, and I'm pleased to say that we've asked for a refresh of that plan. It's been now in place for a number of years, and I do believe we can do a better job with our aging population, people who suffer from kidney disease, may not be a candidate for transplant, which of course is a most wonderful cure for so many. And again, I do need to recognize what an outstanding transplant team we have in the province and the success of kidney transplant. So I think putting the emphasis on home dialysis, equipping our regional sites to meet the needs, and all of that is part of a program that's getting now an updated look.
The Honourable Member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, I know in many areas of the province, including Pictou County, there is a waiting list for that treatment, and that's certainly a very interesting concept, Mr. Chair. The home dialysis certainly is something that I hope the government pursues, and it's something that I think is certainly needed in the province of Nova Scotia. So again, that's a very interesting concept. One more question before I pass it over to my colleague, Argyle Barrington, Mr. Chair, and it's dealing with basically an update with Glenhaven Manor in Glasgow. Glenhaven Manor is a 200-bed facility. I realize that the province is moving ahead with a model of any new places will be somewhere in the area of 80 to 100 bed facilities. And I understand that that move to go towards that. I guess my question to the Minister would be does he have any update at all with the future of Glenhaven Manor in the foreseeable future.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the member asks, again, a timely question because Glenhaven has been identified being on the list for refurbishment, replacement, what may be appropriate. Certainly no decision on, whether or not we need to go to a kind of 100 beds as a replacement model for that area. Glenhaven, which I have visited, is at a wonderful site, in its present location, and I know the community leaders have been in to meet with me about the future of Glenhaven, and certainly when I was on site with the CEO there, Lisa Smith, and her team, they've made some very, very positive changes there. We all know, for example, that more and more patients with different degrees of dementia and Alzheimer's are in our nursing homes, and again, they've moved at Glenhaven to have a much safer environment. It's great when these you have that kind of leadership and administration that will make changes, without, I guess, formal policies, but around safety and best use of the facilities that are there. So that report is due, probably we'll have it in May, and that's my hope anyway, that we will be able to take a look at where Glenhaven fits into that review. One of the big changes that we now take a look at is not so much just the lens of the health department, but to bring in engineers from TIR and really do a pretty significant job at looking at the current state of the facility and what is possible. We know that there are some facilities that expanded. They have an old center that's 40, 50 years old. They have then a newer section of a nursing home and what may be needed for the future. So we'll certainly keep the members from Pictou up to date on what will take place with Glenhaven and the future of nursing home care. I am pleased to say that we're reducing some of the pressure on the nursing home list in that area. Home care has made a very, very significant improvement, and we hope that keeping what is really a just-in-time service to residents needing home care, keeping them safer, longer in their own home, is a goal that we've established for all of Nova Scotia. Pictou County is able to achieve that, and we hope that even as our demographic, the big baby boom cohort ages, that we'll be able to now have learned lessons on how to deliver home care better. So I think certainly Pictou, with I think at least 3 nursing homes that I have visited, I hope that I think they're probably at the right number of nursing home beds as we make home care stronger.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the Minister for that answer. I think back approximately in 2008, Mr. Chair, the government of the day purchased several acres adjacent to the Glenhaven Manor and the Aberdeen Hospital. And my personal vision is someday to see a a building there similar to Glen Haven with a headway from the building to the hospital, which would be so convenient to transport residents into the hospital for care. But anyway, I want to thank the Minister for that answer, and I'm going to turn it over to member for Argyle-Barrington.
The honourable member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's my pleasure to finally rejoin the discussion on estimates on health, as I left this Monday night after I had an hour, and I've shared it with my caucus throughout that whole time. Obviously, they had lots of questions as well for the minister, so I thank the minister for his answers. So let's maybe kick off where we left off, which was on page 13.9 of the estimates book. But maybe before I leave that for a second, because we were talking about the pharmacare program, and the minister did take make a fleeting comment to hepatitis C, and I thought that would be a good place maybe to kick off on that. Can you give us an estimation on Hep C, the cost of the drug or the biologic, and how many people are going to be getting treatment for hepatitis C?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I know that both former ministers that have been here during estimates and doing questioning are certainly very familiar with the Pan-Canadian Drug Alliance and work that they have done. And in bringing, I think it's probably about 3 different drugs into a cure for hepatitis C has been a tremendous advance. But their work also to get it to, yes, it's expensive, but it's in a reasonable category. And our goal is to help all those with Hep C. Some were flagged early because of the health issues associated with that. And the number that are in the queue for that, I guess we're trying to get that number. But again, it's our goal is to look after Nova Scotians who have had to deal with hepatitis C, and so so we have $10 million that is set aside for Hep C treatment, and we have about 127 people, not including some that also still are under the care of DCS. And as the minister, former minister would know, we still have some of that alignment to sort out. I think the health of Nova Scotians should be the purview of Nova Scotia Health Authority, Department of Health, and we've made some moves to improve that direct linkage to their health. So we'll continue to make Harvoni available. I've been very fortunate to have heard from a few Nova Scotians who have benefited from this, and we'll continue the program.
The Honourable Member for Argyle-Barrington.
maybe a supplementary to that as well. Just you know, I don't know what the population right now of people living with hepatitis C is. We know the end of this is that they go into liver failure, or at least you know, that seems to be the way it ends. So, are we giving it to individuals early, or do they have to present with a certain level of liver disease before we actually get them on the program? Just wondering where does someone actually start to access that system?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in terms of who is in the queue, that is determined by you know, guidelines, national guidelines that have been developed for the protocols to apply to Hep C patients. There are some that you know, have been identified but are also being covered by private insurance. There are some of those programs, but you know, and right across the country, we would have people, in fact, that have not yet been identified. That's one of the other issues that does lead to health issues that bring them in for testing. But our goal is to treat all Nova Scotians who have been identified with Hep C. The program started last year, and so hopefully in time we will have treated all Nova Scotians. And we know some were due to, you know, to tainted blood. That was part of the system, and that was the way in which they picked up the Hep C.
The Honourable Member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate that, because it was just something from Monday night that I did want to make sure that I got to. It's hard to believe, as we've talked about hepatitis C and all through the tainted blood issues, that we're actually at a point where there is a drug that can cure it. You know, it's not just a treatment; it's actually a cure to something that's been, you know, with people for far too long. Let's move on to the next heading, which is emergency health services. And we probably talk about two things here, which is probably the air medical transport and the ground ambulance service. I noticed that there's a pretty large jump here in the ambulance service line from about 115 or 116 million dollars to 124, which is about an $8.3 million increase. So just wondering if there's a renegotiation of the contract or what bumped that up.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and that is a significant increase. Of the increase, we would have contractual increase in the contract of about $4.8 million, and wage increase from the 15-16 contract of a bit over $3 million, and the remainder would be utilization. That's what will make up that figure.
The honourable member for Argyle-Barrington.
And I know you probably already answered some of these questions from some of my colleagues, but going back to the air ambulance system for a sec, since we're on the ambulance system here, we do contract, or at least the province contracts EHS, and EHS contracts EMC, and EMC contracts CHC. I think it's sort of how the contract of this one rolls out. And we've talked about replacing the air ambulance at this point, the helicopter that can no longer land at a number of our sites. So I'm just wondering, did we make any allotments for the purchase of a helicopter, or taking consideration that a new helicopter might cost us more money?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and certainly the member for Argyle-Barrington knows the importance of life flight. You know, the time from some of our communities in Nova Scotia and highway accidents, and to have the life flight be able to land right on site is a great part of our system, doing probably about 400 flights a year, and it's a service that you know, we need to have as part of our best paramedic service in the country. And as we look at a new helicopter coming into service because of Transport Canada's directive on April 1st, we will now have an opportunity to look at the options that could be available. We certainly won't be in the business of purchasing a helicopter. We will go down the road of a lease arrangement, and I think it gives us now an opportunity to look at the next 10, 20 years.
The honourable member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You know, maybe my last comment on that, as the details are starting to come out on the air ambulance system, that actually the rules changed back in 2007. So quite honestly, I was the minister back in 2007, and it went. I know, I should have fixed it then.
I don't say that.
But I don't ever remember a briefing on that one, and then I know there was 3 ministers in between me and you. So I'm just wondering, I can't say the word you, but between me and the minister. So I'm just wondering, you know, as you're investigating, you know, really what happened here, I mean, are you going to be talking to our partners in this, just to find out how all of a sudden it came forward? Because ultimately, the minister is responsible for it. He is responsible for the healthcare system, and that's one component of it. So I'm just wondering how that investigation, or how those talks are going to roll out. I'm not going to ask what the final issue is, but how are you going to get down to the bottom of it?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And there is some obviously history between 2007 and 2016, and you know, how Transport Canada, you know, gave a directive in 2007, but reissued with the requirement of 100% compliance as of that date. And why that emerged, I guess, is one of those areas that really difficult to speculate on. What I'm very, you know, I guess more, you know, that when it crossed my desk, probably April 3rd, or I should say, I met with EHS officials and informed of what the plan would be to make sure Nova Scotians safely arrived at the Halifax Infirmary in the IWK, or left Digby General. that, again, the best service possible would be in place, and I'm looking forward to the procurement process. Before those officials left the office, I directed them to move as quickly as possible, knowing that some would have to go through Treasury Board and Cabinet as part of the process. But I directed them to start a process that would be looking at the future and how we would have life flight as part of our world-class emergency response system.
The honourable member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And maybe a final comment around this one or question, which revolves around the fixed-wing aircraft. We do have another aircraft. As much as we talk about the helicopter, because that's the one we see in and out of our communities, we do have a fixed-wing as well. I'm just wondering if there's any issues in and around that, or are we using a little extra right now because of these uncapabilities of the restrictions of the helicopter?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In terms of the fixed-wing aircraft, I was out actually not that long ago to take a look at life flight and the team that is assigned to the fixed-wing aircraft and the rotary, the helicopter, and to meet those people and see the commitment they make to dealing with trauma is really extraordinary from the point of view of what they do. And if they go any period of time at all without handling certain medical emergencies, they have full training rooms set up right at the airport where they engage in that kind of ongoing training and professional development. So we're very fortunate in our province to have that. Also with our state-of-the-art ambulances that we do have, and just bringing into practice here the latest version of an ambulance that fully equipped as a neonatal unit or one to deal with any other kind of emergency. And also the training center for paramedics, and both of them are actually on display for people who deal with paramedicine, as paramedics, as doctors, as nurses, as the Canadian Trauma and Emergency Medicine National Conference is here in Halifax today, and we get a chance and opportunity to display what is indeed some of the best in the country in terms of emergency response. The fixed-wing aircraft, could possibly have, an extra flight or two, but it's primarily for longer distances, getting over to PEI, getting to New Brunswick, getting to especially Yarmouth and Sydney to get back here to Halifax. So that aircraft, in fact, has had some of that creative ability of our people in emergency medicine, and to be able to see now them take the stretcher out of an ambulance and board it onto that fixed-wing aircraft without any movement of the patient is really phenomenal for people to see. So we have state-of-the-art, and those people that are involved in emergency medicine, I'll tell you, I've come to really admire their work and what is characteristic of them. And in speaking to a few of the doctors who were on stage this morning at the conference, and a few others that I met beforehand, they don't talk about so much the great work we do, but raising the bar to do even better. So it's quite something that we have, and anybody in any way, directly or indirectly, part of that system, they can stand tall with really anybody in North America.
The honourable member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We have about 9 minutes left in this hour before I have to give it off to my colleagues in the NDP. I know I probably will want a few more minutes after them, so because I've got a few more items that we really need to get to. I'm going to talk about continuing care in a moment, but we also have the district health authorities as well that I do want to have a quick chat. So I know that's how I'll probably try to finish this up as well. So looking at continuing care, we see an increase in this one, of course, where there's a better investment in home support services, page 1310 of the document. But I see there's a decrease in facility-based care. I see there's a little increase in client-specific expenses, and I see a small decrease in capital infrastructure. So from what I'm seeing in the numbers, again, this is about the focus on home care and a hauling away from long-term care or facility-based care.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And in fact, it was yesterday morning that opened up a national conference on home care, and it's really interesting to see now that getting that right balance of long-term care, nursing home care, and home care is really emerging across the country. All provinces were pretty excited to hear there will be $3 billion invested into home care. All provinces now are adjusting to the big baby boom cohort. One in four Canadians is around and around that age of 50 to 67, 68, and they realize that we have to plan for the future now. It's not about building more nursing homes. It's moving care, either acute, that when people come home from hospital, or those who are very frail, those who are disabled, getting care in their homes, and there's no question that's where they also want to be. So in terms of the 1%, it is to have no impact on patient care in terms of levels of staffing and whatever patients require in terms of their daily supplies. It's to be looked at from the areas of procurement, administration, creating efficiencies, using pro-health, coming together for a number of contracts, especially in geographic areas where there would be quite a bit of symmetry, and it wasn't something that they have looked at in the past. I've met with the group of nursing homes under, I think it's NGO is the organization, and they have a real commitment to this, and it's certainly my view that if there are emergency repairs and requirements, I've been told that for certainly the last few decades, the department has responded to those. There's also we'll soon be getting to report on 6 replacement homes, and those are homes that know themselves that they have to be very cautious now in terms of putting money into an old structure that's going to have refurbishing or replacing. So you know, the 1% I think is attainable without any significant drawbacks to their operations. But I'm pleased to say and to see that through the dementia strategy, through our Home First policy, getting people out of hospital and back to home quicker, and providing that whole range of care of home support with CCAs and RNs, LPNs. We will do more, and I think it'll be of the highest quality of care. Yesterday, I did end my remarks by saying, you know, when people are ill or when our seniors are more frail, who do we want around us the most, and it's another family member, another loved one, and not necessarily in the room of a hospital or a and so I think that we're moving in the right direction here, and we'll continue to make progress.
The honourable member for Argyle-Barrington.
Okay, so we just identified the gap. Yes, of course, we want our seniors to, we want our seniors to be in home. Of course, that's what they're going to say, and that's what families are going to say, and that's what we're all going to try to do. I mean, it's the political right thing to do. It's not even just the political right thing to do. It's the right thing to do. But the challenge we have is that we have a wait list. We still have 1,500 or so seniors that are in hospital waiting for placement in long-term care. They're not waiting in placement to go home. They're waiting in placement to go to a long-term care facility. The hospitals themselves have tried very hard to mitigate that cost by creating these alternate level of care floors. But at the same time, they're in a hospital, they're taking up that space. It's impacting the capability of the hospitals to do their job of having surgeries, doing hips and knees. You know, extended on, because hospitals are still running at 100% capacity or more. So when I see that there's no new money for any new construction, means that this government doesn't want to build new ones. They just want to replace, which is okay, because we do need to replace a number of our facilities, but there's still no plan to at least catch up where the 10-year continuing care strategy would have brought us. We're short about 1,000 beds in my mind. You said we really don't want to go build them. So I just want to know how we're going to address the issue of those 1,500 patients that are sitting in long-term care today that can't go home. And the only thing that can happen here is that somebody has to pass away in a long-term care facility before that they're able to come out. So there's still a gap that can't be closed by extra money in long-term care. Yes, it's the right thing to, in home care. Yes, it's the right thing to do. But how are we going to close that gap?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And you know, I know that we've sometimes in healthcare delivery, it is indeed so big, so complex that we often tend to look at one area of the system when we need to be looking at multiple areas that can be integrated. That you fix one area and it impacts another. So we've worked hard as we did a refresh of the continuing care strategy and what will become our next 5-year strategy to really address both of these areas. And I know the member wasn't here yesterday when I gave an update, but since we started with a concerted effort to reduce the nursing home list, but at the same time, reduce the home care list and to make stronger home care available. So we've been able to do some of both. My first report here in the House, using numbers of the nursing home list, was 2,563. I think it was in February or early March. The updated statistic was one that we can all remember from our school numbers, 1492, an easy number to remember. And just in the last little while, I've got a further update, and over the last 3 months, 147 more have come off that list, and we're now at about 1,335 on the nursing home list. Do we have some nursing homes that are problematic? Absolutely, and it's because, again, the policy allowed them, for whatever reason, identified 3 homes. Some people identify only 1 and want to get in that 1 home. And at the same time as we're promoting Home First and Home from Hospital, we've reduced the number in hospital. Yesterday when I got an update, there was 120 in hospital waiting for long-term care placement. And at the same time, we have taken, we've been able to reduce the wait times for home care in 3 counties to a just-in-time service. So we're on our way. We see the first time in, I believe it's close to 2 decades, we have the lowest number and the lowest hours required for care in the Annapolis Valley. And again, we've had to play hardball with the agencies to start to modernize and change their delivery of service. And I brought many examples directly to VON National, to their board chair, that these were practices that could no longer continue to exist. A change, a plan, a different way of operating needed to take place. And I'm pleased to say, as I told the Nova Scotia Nurses Union and nurses who were there, who are VON nurses, and want to make sure that, that their careers remain in VON nursing. And I was able to say to them what a better place we are today than we were 2 years ago. And if we hadn't taken really the pressure points to them and realized that there had to be change, I'm not sure where we would be today. But while VON still has some challenges, in this month of May, they're back before the courts in terms of being in receivership, but having reduced their work to Ontario and Nova Scotia, I think there's much more targeted effort on improvement. They've done a wonderful job in Cumberland and Pictou counties, and now they're taking a look at how those best practices can be applied across the province. So we're in a better place.
Time has elapsed for the Progressive Conservative Party. We will now rotate to the New Democratic Party. I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank the Minister and his department for being here. Day 4 of health estimates. I want to just begin by reminding the Minister this is the fourth day of estimates over a 5-day period. That along the line, line of questioning over the last number of days, I did request some information, and so far I haven't received any. So I hope that the department and staff have been keeping track of that, and I look forward to that. I would have hoped that some would have been here by today, by the end of estimates, because normally that generates more questions. So maybe we can pass a resolution to extend estimates for another week or so next week, but I don't know if I'll get the support of my members in the government caucus. One of the ones, and I believe I asked this yesterday, it was just kind of a tail end of my colleague's question around the transitional beds, and I believe the Minister indicated there was 120 or so in the province. I'm wondering if the department could provide which hospitals and the number of beds that are filled with the capacity of transitional bed patients in there. I'd be remiss, because this will be my last hour, unfortunately. I know the Minister will be upset with that, of asking questions, to remind the Minister. My colleague from Queen's Shelburne just reminded me after member statements that there was another notice that went out about the Roseway Hospital being closed this Sunday, Mother's Day, from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. and then again on Monday from 6 a.m. till Tuesday at 8 a.m. And he wanted me to remind the Minister that to be continued, I would assume. So anyways, I want to go to a couple programs and try to get some information around the budgets and how much was spent and where we're going with that. Of course, diabetes, I think, is an area of concern for all Nova Scotians. We have such a high rate diabetes in Nova Scotia. And not only as MLA, but as Minister of Health, have I engaged people with concerns and always being asked to make sure that government's doing as much as they can to support people with diabetes. But as a former paramedic, diabetes has left a dramatic impression on the importance of this disease and the management of it and the support services that are needed. To realize, your brain function needs really two things: oxygen and glucose or sugar. And as a young paramedic, going into a house and seeing someone who's hypoglycemic and semi-conscious and combative, and thinking they're either, there's alcohol involved or drugs involved, and realize, no, it's just because of a low sugar count, and giving them that IV and giving them dextrose, and realizing how quickly people can snap out of it. So it's left an impression to the point where, when I had an opportunity as Minister of Health to try to improve services, I was very glad to be able to get commitment from our government, from Treasury Board most importantly, to introduce an insulin pump program in the province. And I want to thank the Minister and the current government for recognizing that program, for expanding it. I believe the initial take-up or coverage for it was to young children and young adults up to 19 for the pumps itself, and then the supplies up to 25, and I believe now the government, I believe it was last year, if I'm not mistaken, improved or increased that age for the pump eligibility to 25. So I'm very glad to see that. So I'm wondering if the Minister could provide me what was the budget last year, what was spent, and what is the proposed budget this year, because I know they fall under programs under the budget. They're not printed on the budget document. So those kind of three figures, if the Minister could.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And to the first point that the member made and had a request for certain information along the way, gives me an opportunity to thank Roy Jameson from Communications Nova Scotia, who has been diligent and from the gallery has been gathering in those questions. And I know with a number of issues that we've had going on, he's been pretty busy, but he will certainly make sure that the member gets that information. So that will take place for sure. So in 15-16 budget year, there was $1,540,000 allocated for the insulin pump program, and the forecast is for $1,040,000 that will be used for that program. One of the areas that that certainly had caught my attention, and maybe now the members opposite there and former health ministers are maybe wondersome about the pickup on the insulin pump program. And we've engaged in additional advertising as we increased the age up to 25 years. But recently, a couple of actually former students at my old school who are twins. They both have type 1 diabetes, and one uses the pump, one uses the needle. And again, it's their comfort zone. They didn't want to break from what serves them really, really well. The amount of times they will test through the day. So one has to do that continuous, somewhat continuous testing and provide the needles and the requirement of insulin on a regular basis, whereas the other is using the pump, loves the freedom that the pump provides, especially as a university student now. And so again, it's a very individual thing, but our hope is that that program will in fact get more in fact, using the pump. All MLAs over a number of years had the benefit of an evening put on for education of MLAs around diabetes, and we were very fortunate to get that education, and I think it was a springboard to cause all members of the legislature to look at not just the pump, the insulin pump, but diabetes and how it affects a young person, how it affects the family, and right across the life cycle to know that there's no cure, or there's no final cure. I know the islet transplant is certainly for those with that are classified as I think it's frail diabetics that have highs and lows. But it's a very, very important area that the province, under now a few governments, have been trying to address, working to address in a much stronger fashion. So that's where we are today.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't hear this year's budget, though. I know he said 1.54, 1.040 forecast, and then this year's budget, if the minister could just clarify.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I was a little quick there. And so I'll have to get that figure as well. It wasn't in a breakout and breakdown fashion here in the data that we have available. So we'll note that as to what the actual budget for the pump program is this year, and we'll get that to the member.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
I mean, that, with all due respect, Mr. Chairman, that doesn't make sense to have the other two figures. I mean, every page in here, you get estimates from last year, forecast, and this year. So I'll take the minister's word on it. I would hope that an email can go down to a BlackBerry within a few minutes, maybe before we finish. With that, all right, awesome. Okay. You got, as an opposition member, you got to wonder why maybe they're not projecting it. So maybe I'll allow the minister to answer. And one more question on that program: how many people gained access to that program? How many people were served by either the insulin pump itself or by supplies?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the same budget for 15-16 is in 16-17, especially where it was underutilized. But having more education on the insulin pump and what we're able to provide in terms of the pump and supplies, we hope that there will be a bigger take-up. The actual number, we'll get that from the department and pass on.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker or Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that information. I want to kind of go down, and I don't know how the minister wants to deal with a number of the other programs that are found that support seniors, support families. If I can maybe go through a list, what I'm looking for is that same information. What was forecast, or what was budgeted last year? What was forecast, and or what the forecast was, and what the new budget is. And there's a number of programs that are important to Nova Scotians, and that's and the utilization, the number of Nova Scotians who participate in the program. So there's kind of four figures I'm looking for. So the programs are like the home oxygen services, the help bed loan program, the personal alert assistance program, specialized equipment program, supportive care program, and the I think those are the major ones. I know there's a respite care, maybe the respite care too. Also, how many people gain access to that? So I don't know if that's something the minister could provide now, but I'm looking for those 4 kind of figures: 15, 16 estimates, the forecast, and then the 16, 17 budget, and then the utilization of those programs. So I don't know if the minister has a comment to make, and then when potentially could we get a copy, or the minister could table or provide that information for us.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In terms of these programs, the Caregiver Benefit Program is a $10 million program that serves 1,914. The Personal Alert Assistance Program, $205,000 program to serve 679. The Home Oxygen Service is a $2.5 million program and will serve 1,235. I believe there are a couple of others that are required. What I know, I know the wheelchair loan program is a 1.4 million, serving 323. Any of the lists that we've made that is missing, we'll certainly be able to provide that.
The Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Okay, so what I'm grateful for the tidbits of information, but what I'm looking for, just so I'm very clear, is the 15-16 budget, the forecast, and then the 16-17 budget, and the number of Nova Scotians utilizing it. So this is the government. This is kind of a way of grading the government and seeing how well these programs are utilized, how much money is being spent, and how many Nova Scotians are benefited from it. So I will be looking for that information, and I'll turn my remaining time over to the member from Barrington Argyle.
The Honourable Member for the NDP Party have concluded their questioning for the Minister of Health. I'll now rotate to the Honourable Member for Argyle-Barrington.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And here's what I'm going to try to do, is that I'm going to keep my questions short. You can keep your answers short, and then we can get done in about 20 minutes. I got about 20 minutes of questioning here to do, so we can get switched over to the Department of Justice. So we go to 13.11. As much as I want to talk about continuing care, I think that the Minister and I can have further discussions around continuing care and ways to participate in the debate, because I think the next 5-year plan for continuing care is going to be important on how we close a few of those gaps that we face in our constituencies every day. The only one that I do want him to consider, and that he has his Deputy Minister beside him, is the issue of Francophone usage. We used to have a rule that if you were French first language, so a lot of our Acadian communities, especially with a diagnosis of some kind of dementia, that you would be able to be placed in a Francophone home. I know there's really no such thing as a Francophone home, but Nikhil Home for Special Care, Ville Saint-Joseph-du-Lac, the Villa Acadienne, those are all, they offer services in French, because what happens to our loved ones as they go through their mental issue, the Alzheimer's that's taking them, or whatever other dementia that's taking them, they do lose a lot of their language capabilities, and they revert to their mother tongue, which is French. I have an individual right now by the name of Simon Belliveau. Simon is suffering from dementia. He is currently in Surf Lodge. in Lockport, in an English community, far from his home community, and we've been having a bugger of a time trying to get him back into one of our Francophone ones. So, you know, as we start to change the continuing care strategy or looking forward to it, can we please put that provision back in that allows at least a right of first refusal or some kind of system that gets these particular patients, these seniors, back to a community that they belong to?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And first of all, I thank him for raising a really important, question today, and really has voiced a strong concern for the Francophone community in our province. That we can say that we have a number of communities that, in fact, that is their first language. They have cultural practices as well that we need to be always sensitive to. So if there has been some eroding of this practice, then I'm certainly prepared as Minister to clearly state that we will address this through the continuing care refresh, and that it is part of our next 5-year plan. And furthermore, I will check on the case that he has presented here in the chamber today.
The Honourable Member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And to the final guy, thank the Minister for that answer. There was a policy. It was set forth by a previous health minister that's in the room, which was me. And after me, there was another government that took that provision out. So I just want to make sure that that gets put back in. There's times that we can agree on stuff on the opposition side, and sometimes we disagree on the opposition side. So this is one of the ones I disagree with, that they took out, that they shouldn't have. Looking quickly, because these next three things go together, because we have a lot of other programs, 1311, and then we start moving into the district health authorities. So if we look at page 1311, we see active living, so that got farmed off to communities, culture, and heritage. We have acute care, which actually has about a $15 million discrepancy there. So there's an underspending of $15 million. And then I think IT systems, that's part of the one that was moved. But the one that worries me the most on this line is the mental health and addiction services, which is a $5 million decrease. I'm guessing that goes into the next line, which is over in the Health Authority, but I want the Minister to maybe give us a rundown quickly of what happened to mental health services on this line.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And while we have a bit of time before the new commenting first on his previous concern he raised around sensitivity to those of Acadian descent and getting into an appropriate culturally sensitive nursing home. I'm pleased to say that, in fact, as we roll out Part 2 of our new policy, that will already be accommodated early, and then we'll make sure that that's, in fact, embedded in our new 5-year strategy. So in terms of the member has rightly identified in the budget estimates that there is considerable change here. We knew that this would be a year when it would be a little more difficult in going year to year to year to see a pattern and changes. In terms of mental health and addiction services, that has moved over to the Health Authority, and basically it represents personnel and that movement.
The Honourable Member for Argyle-Barrington.
All right, so if we move the next page of 1312, we get into the health authorities. And I don't know whether I'm going to split up both of them because, we, of course, the Nova Scotia Health Authority and the IWK I mean, the IWK that provides an excellent service for all of Atlantic Canada, and it is sort of special in its own way, and it's always hard to sort of figure out what belongs where. So I think that one's a relatively straightforward issue. It has a 1.9% increase to its budget, so I think that takes in a little bit of the inflationary growth and contract negotiations. It did seem to get a provincial program, which I'm guessing is probably one of the women's programs, so I don't know if it got breast health or what have you. And then provincial programs, again, for the Nova Scotia Health Authority, they took in $13 million in provincial programs. So maybe if the minister could provide me what those programs are and maybe what their budget lines are on that as well. So there's a $13 million increase on provincial programs, page 1313.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While we're looking for some of the exact figures that the members asked for, what I can first of all relate is that there are nine provincial programs, and 7 have moved over to the NSHA. Again, operationally, it fits in with the one provincial context. Hearing and speech will stay with the department because it has a different governance model, and the other program around reproductive care program, RCP, again a much better alignment with the with women's health through the IWK, and I think that's again a much better fit. In terms of these programs, we can see that Cancer Care Nova Scotia, 7.2 million. Breast screening has been in part of the reproductive care program. Cardiovascular, 1.578 million. Legacy of Life, 390,000. Nova Scotia Renal Program, 751,000. Provincial Blood Coordination, 981,000. Reproductive Care Program, 900. No, sorry, it's not. That figure isn't there because it's a collection, I believe, of several, and it is the breast screening is 1.275 million. And the RCP 1.6 million in those programs. So there's literally no change in those programs, just that they have a different operational point.
The Honourable Member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much. And you know, maybe later on we can have a discussion. It's not something I need to have here. It's just to make sure that management stays the same, because there's times that we have to be the regulator, and there's other times that we're the program administrator, and I just wonder, by moving some of these programs to the District Health Authority, do we maintain our role as regulator or not, or do we lose some of those connections, especially when we look at issues like provincial programs, like the renal program. We've had a lot of discussions in this House about the renal program. We've talked about having different sites around the province, and this is something that really fits in their bailiwick. That you know, I just wonder that the minister has is able to really influence what happens in that program. But maybe that's a discussion for another day, because I got about 10 minutes left that I want to finish up on a couple of issues. You know, one, you know, if I can ask the minister to provide the wait list, a couple of wait lists. I mean, one is our long-term care, because we do debate that. We have the 1492 number that you talked about earlier, but we've brought that down to the 1300, I believe. So it would be nice to have an idea what that is, and maybe what some average wait times are in this particular case. How long are people waiting in different parts of the province, the different zones? How much are they waiting for home care or even the medical VON service and those kinds of things? And I know I'm just sort of throwing out, I like to have what you have, so that I'm very able to ask questions in this House of Assembly, or at least we have the best data that we can have to be an effective opposition as well. So just wondering if I can have that commitment to submit a few of those wait lists that are important to us. The other one that's important to me would be the issue of people waiting for doctors. As much information that the minister would have on that would be very beneficial to us. We all have that issue that people are coming into our offices, not being able to access a family doctor. So any data that he would have on that would be very appreciated as well.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I agree with the member. I know sometimes in opposition I struggle the same way, but very fortunate that the ministers that I dealt with over the years realized that lots of information just simply made for better communications, better understanding of the flow of people through the system, and he's able to be effective in his work as well. So we'll be pleased to provide the long-term care number, the wait list for home care. We'll get that to the member for Argyll-Barrington. In terms of doctors, again, those people waiting for physicians, we'll get that number. This time of the year, it seems a little bit more of a moving target as doctors retire in anticipation of new doctors coming into practice. And I'm pleased to say that recruitment is going well for this year. But again, we will have and do have pockets that need more attention at the moment. And so providing as much information there as possible. I know Doctors Nova Scotia are part of that body that collect this information so that they can be responsive as much as possible. There's still one of the areas that we still see happen in the province is, again, I think it speaks to the unbelievable commitment of doctors who are in our GPs that see sometimes patients for 30, 40, and I know one of the docs that work in my area, he's now seeing people for 50 years, since he's still practicing at 82 or 83 years of age, and he's been seeing people for 50 years. Our specialists, people move in and out of the care of specialists, but our GPs, so committed to their patients that they actually themselves work at recruiting a replacement. That's how deep a concern they have for when they are about to retire. And many of the older docs who have served our province, served patients so well, so faithfully, are realizing that there are indeed a number of benefits to the collaborative practice. They often struggled to get an adequate holiday because a locum wasn't always available. In that collaborative setting, they have the built-in factor of someone to cover for them. Also, as they age, reducing their hours and the number of patients they see. Again, a collaborative practice can be a wonderful opportunity for them to maybe work 4 days a week or 6 to 8 hours a day, compared to what had been the regiment over the course of their many years in service.
The Honourable Member for Argyll-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I thank the Minister for that answer. And also I want to throw into that mix of, well, he's thinking about things like that, is the usage of nurse practitioners. I know a number of them that have graduated off now we'd like to set up private practices in some cases. They are caught up in, of course, the agreements that they do need to have a collaborative issue with an MD, with a doctor. But I think there's ways that we can make that work across the province, and if that alleviates some of the stress that we have in some of our communities, I think that would be a valuable addition to our system, or at least an expansion to our system as well. I always try to maybe end with a personal issue on this, because as much as we stand in this House and complain about the healthcare system and what it's not doing, I think it's important to maybe underline what it is doing. And I know we've stood here a lot of times and we've talked about cancer. We've had many loved ones who have had it. We've sat here and talked about hip and knee replacements, and we even have examples sitting in this House right now that have had or are waiting to have, and sometimes they're the same person. She's not listening over there. So, but, you know, our access to this healthcare system is extremely important, and we do receive excellent care. And whether we're waiting or have had, it's an important thing. So I leave with this story, and I do want you to pass, or I do want the minister to pass on the commendation that he can. My family is now a diabetes family. And I know I probably mentioned this to the minister and the deputy as well, that my son was recently diagnosed with type 1. It was something completely out of the blue, something that was not expected, and for a healthy 17-year-old was something that was completely unexpected, one that was in perfect physical shape, was skinny and active and all those fun things. But I can say that from that diagnosis to the work with the physician, the specialist that we have in Yarmouth, Dr. Kim. I need to thank Dr. Kim, phenomenal young internist who is phenomenal. Has done marvels to help Andre and help our family figure this one out. Also to thanks to Isabel D'Entremont, who is the diabetic nurse in Yarmouth, who is helping us out, try to figure out how you count carbs and how you're supposed to eat, and how Andre's allowed to get back into the sports that he's interested in without going low, and how to keep him on the right track to make sure he doesn't go high. So there's a phenomenal amount of information that has to be figured out, and those people have done a phenomenal job in helping my family, taking what was a pretty big issue that hits our family and made it that much easier. And knowing that the pump program is there and something that, you know, we can look at later on down the road, I just wanted to say to the minister that I want him to pass on to those individuals and to anybody that's included in the diabetes care program, to send them my thanks, our thanks, because they do a phenomenal job. So with those comments, I just want to thank the minister for estimates today, and I know if he's got any responses, great, but if he wants to read up his resolutions, that concludes my questioning for today.
Thank you. That concludes questioning for the Minister of Health. I would now ask if he has any final remarks and to move his estimates. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for sharing a personal story and how the healthcare system has responded. And we know that type 1 diabetes, you know, is now a lifetime disease that he will have to manage, and we are fortunate in our province again to have a great diabetes program and the ability for people to manage diabetes, because managing is really the secret. And I'll share back a little personal story. My mother at 59 was found in a diabetic coma, and lived to be 89. Yes, she had a couple of amputations along the way as she aged, but again, she was able to live a very full and productive life. And one of the areas before making final remarks, there's always a few weeks there as minister, and there seem to be 4 or 5 in a row that I related this morning when I opened the trauma conference that I get to see, of course, the phenomenal work that goes on in the province, but there's a few weeks there where I was the Minister of Floods, bed bugs, mice, and all these things that are the flashpoint that a minister deals with. But I get to see what, what maybe black art, white coat refers to as the other side of the gurney. And if you're minister, it's a real privilege to go into areas of our healthcare system that, unless you're a patient, you may never be exposed to. Our province has been able to really work above its weight, if you wish, of a province of less than 1 million people, because we've been able to attract to our province phenomenal clinicians, researchers, teachers, because we have that dynamic little health hub that's really a gem, not only in our province but across the country, and it attracts some great people to our province who daily save lives, extend lives, and create well-being for us all. So with that, Mr. Chair, a few final remarks, and one does address concern that was raised during estimates that I will get to, and that is talking about how now the Health Department is really all about creating highest levels of quality care and monitoring of the system. That was in no way passed off. There was a little bit of, I think, misunderstanding when a couple of people went over to the Health Authority, and it's really to guide the implementation and the operational areas of standards, but in terms of where we are, I think I do need to comment. So I want to first thank my honourable colleagues for their thoughtful questions over the course of the past few days. I also want to thank our officials in the Department of Health and Wellness and at the Department of Seniors, who have worked so tirelessly to prepare the department's estimates, gather the information requested by the members, and of course eventually get that to them. To Deputy Minister Dr. Peter Vaughan, Chief Financial Officer Mr. Kevin Elliott, who have been with me this week, as well as our Deputy Minister of Seniors, Simon D'Entremont, and of course Roy Jamieson, who has been an assistant to this process. Together, those with their teams have done an admirable job in responsibly managing this large and complex budget. As we all know, Mr. Chair, the Department of Health and Wellness represents the largest single component of Nova Scotia's public accounts. We are all well aware, Mr. Chair, that health accounts for fully 42% of the provincial budget. That's a reflection of the importance of our healthcare system to the well-being of every Nova Scotian. Managing these public funds effectively and responsibly is a trust we take very seriously, and as a department and as a government. Mr. Chair, over the past few days, we have heard many excellent questions from the honourable members. They have touched on many common themes. The availability of services for our most vulnerable Nova Scotians when and where they are needed. The changing nature of healthcare delivery and the challenges and opportunities that presents to clinicians and administrators. And the need to spend our tax dollars wisely and strategically so that we achieve the very best health outcomes. I have always said that we have to do all we can to remain healthy, but we need the best system for when we are sick. And that's the goal and target of the work in our department. As we heard, Mr. Chair, our department's budget this year totals over $4.1 billion. Over the past 15 years, that budget has increased substantially, more than doubled, in fact, in just 15 years. I am pleased to say that for the first time in recent memory, the department's budget has increased by less than 1% for the second year in a row. Now we hear suggestions this week, Mr. Chair, that this is not an accomplishment to be proud of, that the budget should have increased by at least the rate of inflation. Yet, despite increasing at rates well above the rate of inflation over the past 15 years, we know that our health outcomes fall short of most other provinces. In fact, Mr. Chair, my honourable colleague spoke at length this week about some of those challenges we continue to address. With the creation 1 year ago of the Nova Scotia Health Authority and the redesign of the Department of Health and Wellness, we have laid the foundation for a health system that truly meets the needs of Nova Scotians now and for the next 50 years. In many ways, I often get that chance to reflect on being health minister for 2.5 years, now the second longest serving health minister in the country. And I speak of the work as foundational. Real transformation is 5-6 years that will be 5 or 6 years in the making. One concern I heard raised this week, Mr. Chair, was around the question of accountability. Some expressed a fear that the changes I spoke about will impact negatively on the minister's accountability for the management of Nova Scotia's health system. Mr. Chair, I want to assure all honourable members and all Nova Scotians that in fact the opposite is true. The changes we have made, consolidating the delivery of frontline health care, reducing the size and cost of administration, will only strengthen our ability to manage our health care system effectively. The role of the Department of Health and Wellness is now focused squarely on its responsibility to develop policy, identify priorities, manage our expenditures, and set standards for our province's health system. Working closely with our partners in the health authorities, myself, Deputy Minister Vaughan, and everyone at the Department of Health and Wellness are fully committed to the task at hand. I will close now by once again thanking all the members of this committee for your questions and comments about the Department of Seniors and Health and Wellness. And thanks to Dr. Vaughan, Mr. Elliott, and Simon d'Entremont and department staff who work so hard to support me and, more importantly, the people of our province. And I will like to make a motion resolved that a sum not exceeding $4,132,209,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Health and Wellness pursuing to the estimate. E38, resolved that a sum not exceeding $1,598,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Seniors pursuant to the estimate.
Shall the resolution stand? The resolution is stood. We will now take a short recess in preparation for the Department of Justice. We are now in recess. The Committee of Whole on Supply will now come to order. I recognize the Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, would you please call the estimates of the Minister of Justice and Attorney General, Resolutions E13, E20, E22, E24, E28, E33, and E34. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I will now invite the Minister of Justice to make some opening comments and introduce her staff to the members of the committee. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and it's my pleasure to be here today. I'll be presenting the estimates, of course, for the Department of Justice 2016-17. This is my first estimates debate as Minister of Justice and Attorney General, and so it's a particular pleasure for me to take a little bit of time to introduce the members of the House and all Nova Scotians to the efforts that we are taking to keep Nova Scotia safe and secure, and what we are doing to protect our collective right to an open, accountable, and fair justice system. Before we get underway, I'd like to introduce to the committee Tilly Pillay, my acting Deputy Minister, who's here with me on the floor, and Greg Penny, the Department's Executive Director of Finance and Administration. And they are both here, of course, to assist me with questions that will come up today. I'm also joined in the gallery by William Smith, the Department's Executive Director of Correctional Services, Ken Winch, the Executive Director of Court Services, and Robert Purcell, who is Executive Director of Public Safety and Security, as well as other members of my staff who are in attendance to support us. I'd like to make the point as well, Mr. Chair, that should there be some specific areas of questioning with the indulgence of the members, I'd like to see that perhaps that executive director or it might be from one of the other outside agencies that I'm responsible for, but if they were to come down and join me, that would be helpful. So I'd just like to put that on the record so that we can be prepared for that. I know we don't have as much time as some of the previous ministers. As Attorney General, I also have responsibility for the Public Prosecution Service, as is known, and so in the gallery I would like to also welcome Martin Hirschhorn, who is the Director of our Public Prosecution Service. I'm responsible as well for a number of independent agencies, the Human Rights Commission, the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Review Office, and the Office of the Police Complaints Commission. The others include the Public Trustee, the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, the Serious Incident Response Team, and the Workers' Compensation Appeals Tribunal. Mr. Chair, I will begin my remarks speaking about the Justice Department. We are a department that continues to deliver on its core mandate, thanks in large part to our excellent staff. Our responsibilities are significant and our challenges are constantly changing. One example being the rise in cyber-related crime and cyberbullying. We are a department that benefits from the strong partnerships we enjoy with the justice community. We work closely with the federal government, our municipal and our provincial policing services, the RCMP, the Nova Scotia Judiciary, the Public Prosecution Service, the Nova Scotia Legal Aid, community-led organizations like the Community Justice Society and Ceasefire, among many others. You just have to look at the recent rash of gun violence in HRM over the past several weeks to see some of those partnerships in action. HRP, RCMP, Ceasefire, Stop the Violence, which is another community group, Crime Stoppers, and our own Justice Department staff are working together to bring community all at the same table to find solutions. Nova Scotians can be extremely proud of the work that they and our staff do on their behalf every day. I would like to take this opportunity to publicly thank them and every one of the almost 1,600 employees for their commitment to the people of this province, whether it's dealing with issues of public safety and security, maintaining our correctional facilities, or keeping our courts running smoothly. Mr. Chair, I would like to provide and touch on a few of our strategic and budget highlights for this coming year. The department will be implementing the recommendations of the Maintenance Enforcement Program Review Committee report this year. And we had a question today in question period about that, where I hope we'll have some more questions here on the floor as well. We've made it a priority to improve services that strengthen the enforcement of support orders for families enrolled in maintenance enforcement. And as part of this effort, we're also making changes to the Maintenance Enforcement Act and conducting some consultation right now on that. We'll also be reviewing and responding to the Occupational Health and Safety Review of Sheriff Services and addressing cyberbullying as part of the government's commitment to protect Nova Scotians. And with our partners, we'll continue to respond to the recommendations of the independent review of the police and prosecution response to the Rehtaeh Parsons case to address the serious issue of cyberbullying. We will do so in a way that will better support youth in crisis. We'll also continue to put a focus on crime prevention with the implementation of the unique ceasefire violence interruption model that aims to change violent behavior through community outreach. We continue to support ceasefire, which has been hard at work over the past few weeks. It is a public health-based intervention model designed to reduce gun violence through street-level intervention and community mobilization. Ceasefire, which is celebrating its second anniversary, works with the highest-risk youth and young adults. They are making a difference in our community. Ceasefire is doing positive work. They have credibility in the community. Since last fall, violence interrupters and outreach workers have conducted 33 mediations, with 24 clients at risk of being violent, and in doing so, helping to avert potential tragedies. 11 of those mediations were deemed to be high risk. I want to thank each and every one of them for their commitment, and I want to thank Mel Lucas, the project manager at Ceasefire, and Yvonne Atwell, who is Executive Director of the Community Justice Society, who I had the pleasure of meeting with recently for their work to address gun violence in our communities. We will begin the evaluation phase for Ceasefire beginning in 2017 to determine the next steps. And, Mr. Chair, the Department of Justice hybrid hub model is also an example of a collaborative response model that we're using for at-risk youth. This model recognizes a traditional police response will not solve all of our problems and all of our issues. It works to prevent and reduce crime through the development of community and justice system partnerships. There are currently 13 hub models operating in the province. We're enhancing programming for adult offenders with a variety of programs, including the establishment of an intensive direct supervision unit at Central Nova Scotia Correctional Facility. When I say that, that's really Burnside. Most of us know it as Burnside. Its proper name is Central Nova Correctional Facility. This year, we will continue to improve our integration of custodial and community service delivery with the assignment of community correction staff to work more closely with the 4 correctional institutions. The community corrections, Mr. Chair, are the parole, the people that work in the community with people who are being released or on parole. We are constantly innovating and looking at new and strategic ways to maintain a responsive, effective, and transparent justice system. We're keeping ourselves focused on our priorities, and we'll be doing so by using our limited resources strategically and as effectively as we possibly can. I'd like to turn your attention to the financial picture for 2016-17 now. Departments and agencies have been asked to look hard at being more effective in determining our priorities. We need to critically assess what we're spending on and how we can do things as cost-effectively as possible. The Justice Department is no different. There is a budget that holds the line. It is sound and strategic. It is focused on our priorities and the priorities of Nova Scotians. Our budget for the Department of Justice increased by $2.8 million, or a little less than 1% this year. Obviously, a very modest increase on a $330.4 million budget. We had to work hard to find savings this year. The Justice Department is holding the line on spending while maintaining important investments in public safety, corrections, and court services. The modest increase is related to the contractual obligation to fund the RCMP services in the province. The funding is for increased salary and other operational costs of $5.3 million, 4.1 of which is recoverable from municipalities. Funding of $500,000 will also be spent implementing recommendations of the Sheriff Occupational Health and Safety Review. Primarily, this will be spent on training and the purchase and training for conductive energy weapons, and again, that means tasers. So I think I'll use that word instead. But to keep sheriffs and the Nova Scotians using our justice facilities safe and secure, that is the purpose of this training. Funding for the Domestic Violence Court in Sydney will also continue. I would like to take a moment to touch on 1 or 2 of the specific highlights in each of our core divisions, just to introduce you to our core divisions. So the first one is courts. We have a duty to provide safe and secure courthouses. That means keeping our court staff, our sheriffs, the judiciary, crowns and defense lawyers, clients, and the general public safe. We're working through an occupational health and safety report delivered to the minister last spring. It had 51 recommendations, including arming a limited number of our 238 sheriffs. I don't believe you have to equip staff with lethal weapons to keep people safe. The key is to manage risk. That's really what it's about. We believe we can address the safety concerns raised in the OHS review and mitigate the risk to staff and public through daily threat analysis, which we're increasing physical security at courthouses, and using armed police officers when necessary. And in addition, equipping designated sheriffs with tasers rather than firearms. 36 deputy sheriffs will be trained in the safe use of tasers. They will have to meet the same rigorous fitness standards and training standards as are used by our police services to ensure professionalism and appropriate response to situations. Alternatives to firearms are also being developed, which include robust risk management processes and the addition of metal detection equipment at high-risk locations. Also in court services, I want to highlight an ongoing commitment to strengthen the maintenance enforcement program, which you've heard me talk about here as well. It is a priority of the Premier and of our government. Court-ordered child and spousal support should be paid in time and in full. More than 16,400 children are served by this program right now. So anything short of our best effort is not an option. Improving this program is a key part of my mandate as minister. Progress is being made on all 27 recommendations of the 2015 MEP Review Committee report. We are starting to see an improvement. Targeted monitoring of cases and restructuring to streamline enforcement and better deal with complex and challenging cases has reduced the arrears in every category where arrears are enforceable. Our enforcement numbers actions are up a whopping 77%, from 12,262 to this year being at 21,751. So a 77% increase, and that's all the different enforcement actions we could take. More cases are being referred to public safety investigations, 56 over the past year, and more cases are being taken to court. 19 were initiated at last count. It is not where we want to be yet, but we're moving in the right direction. Next fall, I plan to introduce legislation to further strengthen the Act. In my response to the MEP review, I promised to review and improve legislation. Targeted consultation with clients and stakeholders is now underway on some of the proposed changes that we'd like to see in the MEP Act. Proposals we are looking for feedback on include using the Internet to locate payers who are in persistent arrears, strengthening notification provisions, and holding on to money seized from a payer for future payments, even after outstanding arrears are paid. This is targeted at individuals who persistently fail to make payments or are unwilling to work with the program. We are committed, Mr. Chair, to increased enforcement, better customer service, and improved communication with families who rely on us. Nova Scotia put this issue on the national agenda, and we're taking a lead role to increase jurisdictional collaboration on this issue. I also want to speak briefly about our specialty courts. Our 3 specialty courts in the province continue to be successful alternatives to traditional criminal courts, and they all succeed on partnerships with service providers and the very strong support of the judiciary. The Mental Health Court in Dartmouth, the Domestic Violence Court in Sydney, and our court-monitored drug treatment program in Kentville would not exist without the support of our community partners or the leadership of the bench of the Provincial Court. Earlier this week, we announced that we will continue funding the Domestic Violence Court, which has been successfully operating in Sydney now since 2012. It was developed to stop the cycle of domestic abuse and make life better for victims and their families. More than 300 families have benefited from this program since it began. Violence in the home is extremely difficult for the victim and the entire family. We need to continue supporting families to ensure the cycle of violence is stopped and that life at home is not filled with fear. Each of our specialty court programs connects services and supports with people in our justice system. We believe that helping to make these links makes the system itself more effective for the people directly affected. I want to thank the Nova Scotia Judiciary and Chief Judge Pam Williams for her leadership and their leadership to support these very important projects. In the public safety and security section of the department, I'd like to go through some of our highlights there as well. So crime prevention is a big part of this effort, and it will continue to be a cornerstone of everything that we do. The best thing we can do is divert people in the first place from interaction with our courts and with the criminal justice system. In the latest figures from the Canadian Centre for Justice Statistics, it indicates that Nova Scotia's crime rate has dropped by 22% between 2010 and 2014. Police reported violent crime has been relatively stable over the past 2 years, but is down 21% over the 5-year period, again 2010 to 2014. Obviously, the violence that HRM has experienced over the past month is disheartening, but I feel that we are doing a lot of things right. We are well-resourced when it comes to police in this province. Nova Scotia's rate of police strength is 197 officers per 100,000 population, or 1 for almost every 500 residents, which is above the national average and the 3rd highest in the country. Our contributions to public safety will increase to $138.4 million this year from $135 million. $16.2 million of that is dedicated to providing 136 additional police officers to municipal police forces across the province. The additional officer program will be 10 years old next year. It was begun in 2007 when crime rates were at an all-time high in the province and our police per capita was well below the national average. It's now a decade old, almost, so it's important that we review its success and that we look at how we can sustain this program for the future. Our review will soon start. It will include representation from UNSM, our municipal partners, the Nova Scotia Police Chiefs Association, and the Department of Justice. We have hired a respected consultant to review and the review committee will soon be developing the terms of reference for the consultants. Our priority is that police and municipalities have the resources to keep their communities safe. I think the other big news in this year ahead will be our ongoing response to cyberbullying. As you know, the Supreme Court of Nova Scotia struck down the Cyber Safety Act in December. This was groundbreaking legislation, the first of its kind in Canada. It's unfortunate that it was turned over, but we aren't deterred. We respect the court's decision, and we will bring in new and amended legislation in the fall. We learned a lot over the past 2 years through CyberScan, and we believe the new legislation will strike the appropriate balance between charter protections and public safety. That really was the missing link, and I know all members of the House, all 3 parties in the House supported that original legislation, and it was just, I think we didn't have enough time to consider it carefully, and we will have that time this year. We're leaders in addressing cyberbullying, and we will be again. We're going to continue to fight this issue head-on. In the interim, our CyberScan unit, the first of its kind in Canada, continues to play a vital role in educating Nova Scotians about the perils of cyberbullying. The unit dealt with more than 800 complaints and has made more than 800 presentations to schools, the public, and the police since September 2013. I also want to highlight our Community Crime Prevention Grants program. 21 community organizations received $12,000 each to address youth crime. Each partnership is unique, meeting the needs of youth in their home communities. I recently visited Youth on the Radar here in Halifax. This club's goal is to engage youth through the arts. The program is aimed to reduce crime by reconnecting participants with their school and their community and nurturing their physical and emotional well-being. I was very moved, Mr. Chair, by what I saw. These young people had created such wonderful pieces of art. They reflected emotions and feelings that are really difficult to express here in words. I was also impressed to know that some of their art is hanging in our courthouses, and they want to do more in public places, and I think that that's a really great connection. The place also creates a safe place for youth to come together in J.L. Ilsley School, and I think that's very important. On the corrections side of our department, I would like to take a few moments to speak about the good work that is underway. There is frequently a lot of media attention focused on our correctional facilities. What sometimes gets missed is the positive work that is being done to improve these facilities, to support our correctional staff and the progress we're making to address long-standing issues such as overcrowding. In fact, overcrowding is no longer an issue. Our system is currently at 65% capacity. The opening of the Northeast Nova Scotia Correctional Facility in Pictou added 150 more beds to our overall capacity and has resulted in a decline in the offender population at Burnside. Burnside Jail is only at 74% capacity now, so we no longer have an overcrowding problem. Government has taken a major step forward in the past year towards improving staff and offender safety at Burnside by investing $4 million to renovate and introduce direct supervision and $2 million in security upgrades. The direct supervision model has already proven very effective in the Pictou Correctional Facility, and so we believe it will do the same here. It's worth noting, Mr. Chair, that major incidents are down 70% over last year, and assaults have declined by 35% in our correctional facilities. The internal offender complaint process is working well, showing a 50% decrease in the total number of complaints submitted to the Office of the Ombudsman, while simultaneously improving access to Ombudsman representatives with our offender phone system. We have more stringent recruitment practices involving physical fitness and security background checks, and Correctional Services has hired a social worker at each of our 3 largest facilities, and we've partnered with Nova Scotia Health Authority to hire an addictions counselor at Burnside. We continue to maintain a number of supports for offenders, including options for anger, substance abuse, education, general education, vocational training, creative writing, and canine therapy, which is the WOOF program, where dogs are brought to the facility. The department introduced video court on a permanent basis in April 2015. To date, we've used video court in 1,193 occasions over the last year. Video court will increase safety and minimize court delays, and we expect it to produce great benefits for all justice partners. The pilot we started in Sydney was a great success, linking correctional facilities to the provincial court. I would now like to talk a little bit about the Public Prosecution Service. Martin Hirschhorn, the director of the PPS, who's joining us today in the gallery, is certainly here if we have a lot of questions. I would like to be able to call him down. It was established in 1990 under the Public Prosecutions Act as the first independent prosecution service in Canada. It employs 95 Crown attorneys and has a total staff of 167 in 19 offices around the province. Our Crowns handle about 48,000 criminal code charges every year. In addition to prosecuting all criminal code offences in Nova Scotia, the PPS is responsible for prosecuting some 10,000 violations of provincial statutes annually. The PPS also appeals decisions made by the courts in indictable proceedings where the Crown determines the court has made an error. Continuing education is a priority for the PPS. It's important that Crown attorneys and support staff are able to enhance their expertise on an ongoing basis. At the end of the day, this results in better quality prosecution services. I would also like to talk for a few moments about the challenges facing the Nova Scotia Public Prosecution Service. Major cases are complex and often high profile and require a significant amount of time, skill, and dedication for more than one Crown attorney. Public safety and the public perception of the justice system are influenced by the outcome of these cases. The PPS makes it a practice to assign at least 2 Crown attorneys to each murder case, at least one being a senior Crown attorney. This is essential in order to professionally respond to the demands of these difficult cases. Many major or specialized prosecutions are handled by members of the Service's Special Prosecutions Section. Such prosecutions include complex fraud cases, historical sexual assaults, cybercrime cases, child pornography cases, provincial regulatory offences, and Aboriginal law cases. Budget 2016-17 provides for 2 more Crown attorneys to prosecute internet child exploitation cases, a category of cases on the rise. The PPS received a $192,000 increase in funding as part of this year's budget, bringing its total budget to more than $23 million. This allows the PPS to expand its current complement to 4 Crown attorneys dedicated to cybercrime prosecutions. The establishment of these 2 new Crown attorney positions also fulfills one of the recommendations of the independent review of the police and prosecution response to the Rehtaeh Parsons case, submitted last fall by Murray Siegel, former Chief Prosecutor and Deputy Attorney General of Ontario. The new Crown attorneys are expected to be in place by this fall. The PPS is a member of the Criminal Justice Transformation Group, a committee representing justice partners working together to maximize efficiencies within the justice system. The PPS continues to spearhead the province-wide e-disclosure initiative to facilitate the Crown's ability to receive uniform electronic disclosure from police. Research is now being conducted into technological requirements in the courts to support e-disclosure and an approach that will be developed to ensure universal compliance. The PPS is also making arrangements to acquire Scope, a comprehensive case management system developed by Ontario. Scope will be tested in Nova Scotia to determine its compatibility with current computer systems in the justice system. If successful, this will achieve a long-needed case management system for the PPS. I very much appreciate the efforts of the Nova Scotia Public Prosecution Service, and I'm confident they are well positioned to meet any challenges and opportunities in the year ahead. Briefly on the Human Rights Commission, there's another, which is another independent government agency under the authority of the Act. The Commission focuses on two core business functions: resolving complaints of discrimination and public education and outreach. Reforms have been made in the Human Rights Commission over the past year to better serve Nova Scotians. We also have a new director and CEO in place there. Her name is Christine Hansen, and she started at the Commission in February. I'm very pleased that someone of Ms. Hansen's impressive background, experience, and dedication will be leading Nova Scotia's Human Rights Commission. She will be a strong asset for the Commission and a strong advocate for human rights in the province. In conclusion, Mr. Chair, I would like to thank the staff at the Department of Justice who serve the province every day, whether it's in our correctional facilities, in our courthouses, and our justice centres, in the Maintenance Enforcement Office, or at our head office, providing excellent legal support to our province. They accomplish great things every day. They quietly go about their work, keeping our province safe and secure. I look forward to the opportunity for you now to ask me whatever questions you may have, and I will do my very best to answer them in the time we have allotted. Thank you.
We will now begin questioning with the Progressive Conservative Party. The honourable member for Inverness.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister, and to your staff. And if I'm not sure what the rules are, but certainly if the rest of the minister's staff wish to join her, I don't know if they can do that, but that would certainly, I'm hearing a no. That might save us some time. I think we've only got a couple of hours left of estimates. But Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, I'm going to start off with an issue that is, well, it's perhaps not the biggest issue before us, but it's something that's important. It was raised to me by a local fire chief, and it concerns body removal, where the medical examiner's office is involved. And I don't know if it's so much a question, but, and of course we're always cognizant of not wanting to make suggestions that increase the cost of an office, and I know that the medical examiner may have other priorities in that office. But one issue that was raised was sometimes in rural areas there being a delay in body removal, and I know it's the way the system is set up, it's contracted out, and in the city it may work better because there's not as much distance needed to be covered, but in rural areas sometimes there are delays. It makes things awkward for volunteers who are perhaps staying with the family until the body is removed, and certainly for the families at a traumatic time having to wait for hours at a time. So I wanted to raise it because I know everybody here is listening in estimates, and it's probably the best time to raise these kinds of things. Minister, I'll let you comment. I know I'm not really asking you a question because I'm not really intending to put you on the spot. I'm more so raising the issue.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much. I have to find one more. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the question, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity. I did want to say a few words about the medical examiner's office and the work they do. They're really quite amazing. If the member opposite has not had the chance to visit there, I really do recommend you go. Dr. Matt Bowes is the chief medical examiner, and the facility we have built for him is first class, and it was begun under previous governments, and it is really wonderful. They do a very professional job there, and I know that they're aware of some of these issues. What I was going to say was that I'd be able to take that back to them. I know that they're cognizant of the problems. Maybe we can look at what's going on there, but they are very well set up, far better than the situation was before when they worked out of the basement, I think, of the VG hospital. They are much more sensitive to the family members that need to come in. They have a proper area where they can talk to family, which they didn't have before. It's just a very professional and very sensitive service that they offer, and I know they would be aware of any, of course, concerns and really trauma that goes with not having a good system of coming in and collecting the bodies and going forth with their work. Thanks.
The honourable member for Inverness.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I met Dr. Bowes during the Mr. Clayton, the review of his case. So, and they're certainly very professional in the office and do a great job. I will move, Mr. Chair, to, it seems, just taking a very high-level picture of the budget, the major change is the increase in the RCMP policing contract. And I wonder if the Minister could provide the rate of, I presume it's due to a wage increase. I wonder if the Minister could provide the rate of wage increase and also comment on the line item other policing services, which has dropped about 1.8 million. And that's on page 15.7 of the budget book, the estimates supplementary in detail. So the increase in the RCMP costs, I believe, which is under Public Safety Investigative Unit, and the decrease under other policing services. Perhaps you could explain what is happening there.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I guess I'm supposed to confer more. I just jumped up. Anyway, Mr. Chair, thank you. There's a couple of questions there that I am able to answer. As you know, the RCMP contract has gone up. We've had a little discussion with that. That's across Canada, of course. It's negotiated nationally. We're looking at a 3.9% increase to that budget here in Nova Scotia. That's what we've budgeted for. I believe the final number still has to be signed. We're working on some advice from the federal government as well as our best guesses. But 3.9% is what the local RCMP have said that they can manage within, so that's what's in the budget. It's a 5.4 or 5.2% increase. 4.1 million, though, flows back from the municipalities, so we have a recoverable on that. I'm very well aware that that means a stress on municipal budgets. And I know that policing is the fastest growing cost for municipalities right now, so it is a concern. And we were originally faced with over 5%, the first estimate that we began working with. And from our public safety executive director working with the police here, the RCMP here, they were able to say they could find some efficiencies and make some, belt tightening, and they could do it with a 3.9 increase. So that's the RCMP's line. The other policing service, the major change there comes from the RCMP no longer doing the policing at the airport. You might remember an announcement where that contract was given to someone else, and the RCMP have withdrawn from that service. So that amount of money was saved. I believe it's $1.6 million was coming out of our budget for that reason.
The honourable member for Inverness.
Thank you, Minister. And Mr. Chair, the next question, the judiciary on 15.4 of the estimates, that page, I noticed that it was estimated to be about 11.1 million last year. It came in at just under 10.2, and now there's an estimate of about 11.1 again. I wonder if the Minister could explain, I guess, why last year it came in so much under budget and why this year we're expecting it to be, we're putting the same estimate on it as there was the year prior.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much. And one thing I should say about our budget this year, and this highlights it, is that working with Greg Penny as our financial director, we've really looked at where we had historical underspends and some historical overspends and have tried to reallocate. So you won't see a big change in our bottom line. As I said, it's less than 1% different. But what we have done is if we see that there's extra, and that's what happened in this case, in that line for the judiciary, it has appeared because there was a historical surplus there. It's largely related, this may change, of course, over time, but right now it's related because the judges are getting older and their pension benefits max out, similar to, I think, our benefits as well. At a certain point, we no longer accrue pension benefits because we've served a certain number of years. Of course, here it's 20 years, and we don't often see many members get to 20 years. But at that point, they no longer are contributing to that. We don't need to match those payments, so that's one part of it. And then at 70 or so, I think is it at 70 they go to per diem? At age 70, they can continue to sit on the bench, but they become per diem judges rather than sitting as full-time judges. So that also changes the payment mechanism there. So that really was the reason why we readjusted that budget. There's still, they won't be feeling any change in service as a result of it. It's really related primarily to benefits. And then some of that was redirected to areas where we had overspends. Thanks.
The honourable member for Inverness.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ms. Minister. I'd like to ask some questions about boots on the street. And I know that when people see reduction to boots on the street and the possibility of a reduction in police officers, and when people are reading, I know the area I come from, in Inverness, I know a lot of people are reading the stories about what's going on in Halifax, and they're shocked by the violence. And I often tell them, you know, oftentimes the people that are getting caught in that violence, they're in that world. They're coming up against people who are violent. It's often not random acts of violence against people who are. It's often happening to people who have found themselves into situations that aren't safe. For whatever, and that's certainly not in a pure sense, Mr. Chair, but certainly it seems to be that way, and when you follow some of these cases. So perhaps people don't need to be afraid to come to the city, is my point. But people are concerned when they see a cut to boots on the street, and I know there's a review going on, and I had asked the Minister in question period a bit about this. I had asked about, you know, why was there a company chosen by way of a sole source contract? Why wouldn't the government put this out to tender? And I think the Minister had indicated that, you know, the type of firm that they required needed to have pretty specialized knowledge. But even so, I would think a tender could be put out requesting that specialized knowledge from respondents, and thus allow, you know, anytime we see a sole source contract, Mr. Chair, I think it just raises flags. And I'm not suggesting that anything untoward is going on here, especially with the Department of Justice. But at the same time, I think the question needs to be asked, and I'll let the Minister answer.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much. And this is a really important subject, so I hope you'll have a few other questions as well. But your question right now is largely around the choice of the consultant. And there were a few things in particular that we wanted the consultants to have. And if I can just read this more carefully, it was particular expertise in the areas of the Provincial Police Service Agreement, the Service Exchange Agreement, and the policing framework in Nova Scotia. And, you know, understanding the municipal role versus the provincial role. So it's understanding policing, and particularly as well the Nova Scotia circumstances and our agreements that govern it here in the province. So we felt that was very important. And, you know, as a former consultant as well, I know that often if you put it out to a general call, you'll get a general consultant like I was, and we would have hired somebody with this expertise to be on our team, and then we'd submit a proposal, because this requires expert understanding of police work and the policing agreements. So I feel like we've gone directly to people who have that expertise. That makes it, you know, faster and more responsive. We are waiting now for the terms of reference, as I say, that the committee that will include police chiefs and UNSM and ourselves will put together the exact terms of reference, and then that committee will also have an ongoing role with the project and review as it unfolds.
The Honourable Member for Inverness.
Mr. Chair, next question would be about like the cut to the Boots on the Street program was made before the review, and I'm just wondering why was that? Was it felt it was necessary to keep the budget, hold the line on the budget as the minister had indicated earlier? And I guess also if the minister could indicate if actually there will be any reduction in police officers on the street.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's really too early to speculate on what the outcome of the review would be, as the member opposite is asking whether, what it would mean in terms of the number of officers. But I think it's important to note, and in my opening statement, I talked about the reduction in crime, violent crime being down. I'm told some of that has to do with our aging population. We often here in the House talk about how we're getting older and there's all kinds of impacts on health and other issues, but it also impacts on crime. And we've seen a pretty marked decrease, even though, as I said in my remarks, we've been pretty shocked and disheartened to see the violence in the last few months, well, month and a half really. So that's been a concern. But even with that sort of exceptional period of time, we're still down in terms of crime. Our youth crime is down. When I visited Waterville, there were about 25 youth offenders in that facility at the time I went. These numbers are down, quite markedly over previous years. So that really would have been behind the idea that we can review this and look for better ways to organize it. And you may have some further questions on this, but I want to just make one example, and I think that members can appreciate this around policing. If we realign our resources in a way that they're brought together to provide better information or better analysis done in advance, we can sometimes have a much bigger impact on the crimes we're trying to get. And the example I'd like to give is the one around traffic. And we can have police randomly traveling all the roads in Nova Scotia looking for people who are breaking traffic laws. Or we can have traffic analysts who say which roads and which sections or intersections are problem areas, have highest accident rates, or have the most reported problems. And we target those, and we keep that analysis current, on an ongoing basis. And that's what we've been doing on the traffic side in the last number of years here in Nova Scotia. And we've actually had a much bigger impact on being able to lower the accident rate and catch people who are speeding or breaking the law. So it's a much more targeted and therefore more effective way. But you have to use analytics, and you have to reorganize your officers in a different way. And they don't just go out randomly. They go out based on information that they're given at the start of a day. And it's really been proven to be effective. It's better for the officers themselves. They feel more effective, and the results are there, and we can prove that. Thanks.
The Honourable Member for Inverness.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I think I will ask this question. Perhaps it's something, well, and actually I don't think it can be asked yet because the review hasn't really started. Well, I'm going to ask it. The boots, sorry for the indecision, but I'm just trying to understand because we don't know if any police officers are going to be removed from our streets, but yet there is a reduction in funding. So I guess that reduction, is it going to take place before the review happens? And if so, who is going to take a budget reduction? Is it going to be divided up amongst police forces? Can the minister explain?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And it is a good question to ask, and I think we need to reassure all of the police forces that we wouldn't be making changes in their staffing levels or at all without, in the absence of a review that we will, as I said, be doing together, because they're going to be helped lead it with us, with the chiefs of police being at the table, and UNSM, who are paying a good amount of this cost. As I mentioned, the flow-through, the extra cost is $4.1 million to all of our municipalities, so they have a big interest in this as well. So we wouldn't be making any changes like that. That would be inappropriate, I think, prior to getting the results back. I would like to see the review get underway. so that we have the results and we can, perhaps see some changes this year. But I want to just reassure again that we have $16.2 million in the budget for this. We're not abandoning our position on paying provincially for positions in the police. And it's also really important to note that when this began, we had fewer police officers than the national average per 100,000. Today, we have the third highest in Canada. So we have a good, much more robust contingent of police officers than we did at that time. So we are in a better place and a good place to be having this discussion, and $16.2 million is still very substantial that's left in the budget to do that. Thanks.
The honourable member for Inverness.
Thank you, Minister. And certainly, even with the homicides recently, I think one of them was just down the street from the police department. So certainly, I don't want to suggest that more police is necessarily going to stop crime completely. You have an incident like that happening so close to a police department, and it's not their fault either. These things happen. However, it is something that we saw as a concern with the budget. We've raised it a couple of times now, and we will be watching this as it develops. We also think that perhaps the Boots on the Street program helped to decrease the level of crime, although I can't table evidence to suggest that, but certainly there's a correlation. So I'd like to move to maintenance enforcement, and I know this is a very popular topic as well. Last May there was a report, a review released, and there were 27 recommendations for improving client service. Can the Minister give an update on how many of those 27 recommendations have been acted upon?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I was just looking. I do have a working document that showed how many are underway and complete. We are definitely tackling all 27. They're all underway. Some of them we could do quickly. We've been doing things like plain language fact sheets so that it's easier to understand, what the role is of the recipient and what the role is of the payer and what our program really can do. One thing that's been mentioned to me a lot is having expectations about what the program can do. We do our very best to collect in every case, but there are people that consistently and without fail do not want to pay, and sometimes they have the capacity, sometimes they simply don't, but it's really in some cases not possible for us to collect. If somebody is continually running away, continually changing their jobs, or working in the underground economy and can't be found, when we find them, they move again. That's just persistently in arrears, persistently negligent, and criminal, really, not to pay their money. But sometimes we can't do it. But we do our utmost, and we want to make it clear to the people enrolled that we will use every tool at our disposal. And I can tell you in this last year, you may have some specific questions, but I'd like to tell you some of the things I mentioned in question period today, that we've made the phone number available of the enforcement officer, and we make sure that the recipients are getting that number. Now remember, we have the two categories, the person who pays and the family member that receives the money to look after the children. And in the case of the recipients, they would become very upset, they're very anxious when they haven't got their money. They're running up their lines of credit. They have no more money available. They can't pay their rent and so on. They're anxious. And they wanted to call and speak to the enforcement officer, but they weren't allowed to because the enforcement officer was busy doing their work and was just dealing with the payer. It really creates an imbalance because you only hear the payer's side of the story. You don't hear the devastating effect it's having on the family that hasn't received their money. We said it's not fair that we put basically stonewall in a sense by sending those calls to a sort of general number that they can be screened and whatnot. We don't want to put them there. That's where they had been. There were 6 phone sort of people in an area that would take incoming calls, and they couldn't even keep up with the incoming calls. But we said it's not fair that it's only the recipients going there and the payer has a direct line to make their case. So we've said for the enforcement officers, they need to talk to both parties. And the people need to be able to have someone they can call and hear where their case is at or what the details are. And so that has created some operational problems, and I know that undoubtedly our staff will listen to what I'm saying as well. I know it's put stress on our staff in New Waterford where they are working. But we said over time, when people realize they can reach somebody, the level of calls, I think, will subside because they have a confidence that they can actually get an answer. And that's already started. That's something I think, it sounds so simple, but it's fundamental to the operation of the program.
The honourable member for Inverness.
People certainly need to be heard, and I think that's a good change to give people a chance who are recipients to be heard. And we know what an impact this has on families who are needing that money, and how it, if the person who's supposed to be making the payment is not making it, how it impacts the recipient in terms of their credit rating and all those things, when they're already probably under enough pressure raising the family. I guess what I'm thinking about here, Minister, is, through you, Mr. Chair, is should there be a follow-up report to report on those 27 recommendations? I mean, I don't want to be making work for the department, but it may be something that might come up in a public accounts committee anyway, eventually. And further to that, if there is a follow-up report, I just want to ask about, because there was a, recently, I think it was on April 27th, the department has asked Nova Scotians to help improve the maintenance enforcement program. So how will this latest initiative couple with the recent report with the recommendations, and perhaps is there going to be a follow-up report on both of those consultations?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much. And to the member opposite, there's a few other things we've been doing as well I'd like to mention. There's been a specialization. We used to have the cases just go generally to the various enforcement officers. Now we're specializing. If it's interjurisdictional, so if one or the other of the parties are in another province, that takes some special skill and understanding. So we now have a couple of officers that are just working on that, and they're the experts. They know their contacts in other provinces, and they can expedite those. We're having a lot more of them go to our investigators within the Department of Justice. I mentioned that over 55 have been referred. Those are the ones that are persistently lost. We can't find them. Our investigators can find a percentage of those, and we'll track them down. And we're doing better case management, really, by having a little more hands-on in terms of which ones are languishing, which ones have not been acted on. Can we take some further steps? So the 27, just to go back about what we're doing concurrently, the 27 recommendations in that whole report was really customer service based. It was about how are we treating clients. A lot of it was about communications, our website, our information that's available to people, and how responsive we were in really customer service with our clients. When I came in as minister, I said that's all well and good, but the complaints I was hearing went far beyond the customer service aspect. A lot of it was deeper about getting the better enforcement efforts, about using the tools we have available more effectively. And that's certainly what we've set out to do this year. When I received the 27 recommendations, I said we would report back. My commitment was a year later we'll come back and tell you officially where we're at with them all. In the meantime, though, if the members want to have a look at the consultation piece that was just released late April, we did put a backgrounder up with that to say, and it has a section on some of the things that are underway. And in a way, I felt that was a little premature because I'd like to gather it all up and present it at the one-year mark. But it actually does give a sense of what we're doing during the year, and some of it's very operational. But have a look at that backgrounder. It's only a couple of pages long, and it will tell you what we're doing. And the consultation is about changing the legislation. That's happening concurrently. And again, looking for what other provinces are doing, some of the more, I guess, just different tools or better measures that we could put in place, and also to address, and some of it we're not consulting on because it's things we do internally. But for example, what we found was our staff at maintenance enforcement, I should say as a preamble, there are extraordinary levels of privacy, protection of privacy in this Act, the way it is now. And I appreciate it, but it had tied our hands to the point where an enforcement officer couldn't get information from community services. So within government, you might have either the recipients on community services or the payer is on community services. There's some important information, even perhaps around locating them or finding finding people, but they couldn't share information because they had been told that that was not within the Act. So we want to clarify that. We want to make those changes that allow our staff, still respecting everyone's privacy and not ever taking that for granted, but being able to be effective and operationally effective within government so that we can get the best result for the people that are needing that support, those 16,000 children I spoke about.
The honourable member for Inverness.
That's great, and perhaps just a short snapper here. Could the minister provide the percentage of court-ordered child and spousal support cases that are currently in arrears? And another short snapper, suspension of driver's licenses. Has that been used as a tool over the past year? And would there be a number of times where driver's licenses were suspended when individuals were not making their support payments?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Number again, 6466865. Thank you very much. We just had a note from our director on that there are 6,865 cases in arrears. So that's a lot. I don't know if the member would remember, but some years ago, 2007, the Auditor General examined this program, and there was $100 million in arrears at that time. It's really been a problem area, absolutely. When I look at this, the compliance rate is 65% in 14-15. So I think, and I know our staff like us to point out that there's a good percentage of people who do pay regularly and are operating within the parameters of this program well. But I'm also told that around this 62 to 65% is the national average. But I have said to our staff, I want us to be better, far better than that, and we should be leading the country and doing a lot better than 62 or 65% paying on a regular, like complying with their monthly requirements. So that would be the number is over 6,000 in arrears. I actually see one here, and if that's a comparison, this would be good, because it says 14-15, we had 8,200 in arrears. So we have improved. A year ago, 7,343. So we're almost 1,000 in those 2 years, each year improving by 1,000. So we're making inroads. Your other question was around the driver's license, and I mustn't forget that. I don't have the number that we have done, but I can tell you that since we received this report last fall, we have upped all of our enforcement activities. And I really have to say, while I have the opportunity, a lot of the lack of enforcement activity that happened for a couple of years was the result of a complete administrative change in the program. It used to have an office in Yarmouth and Kentville and Amherst and around the province. 4 offices were closed and moved to New Waterford. That was an initiative under the NDP government. But as a result, and it may be very good, and I'm glad they're there now, they've got a 10-year lease, they're going to stay there. But as a result of moving, 70% of our staff didn't go, and everybody was hired new. And I'm not trying to make excuses, but they really didn't, they weren't settled, and they didn't have the training to do what they needed to do, to use all of the tools available. And now they're settled in. We have our staff well trained. We're doing extra training as a result of last year's review. There's been additional training, and they're really using their tools. And we now have, I said, 19 cases are going to court. We had a year where there were no court actions. And that, because that's the top level, that's the highest level you can get to. They hadn't been able to get there. They just, it takes a lot of work to build a good court case. So I guess I'm saying they're greatly improved, they're doing better, and we're making inroads.
The honourable member for Inverness.
Madam Minister, my colleague has asked me to ask about reciprocal agreements with other provinces in terms of driver licenses. I believe that has been accomplished. I think we have agreements with other provinces. If a license is to be suspended for not making payment, that it can be done in other provinces as well as here in Nova Scotia.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much. And I did want to give you the numbers on driver's licenses. It's up 57% on those rescinding their license, and we've had 113 in the last year. So that's a fairly significant number. And on the question of interjurisdictional, that is an issue that our directors of maintenance enforcement are talking nationally. They have got meetings that they hold, and they're working on that. When it's being enforced in another jurisdiction, we have to communicate back and forth and let them know. So individually in those provinces, they can take all the actions. It's just we're not the ones able to do the enforcement. We have to rely on our partner, the equivalent organization in another province, to actually take the enforcement actions. So we have to work together to do that, and they are certainly talking about the driver's license issue.
Thank you. I just remind the committee to not use the word "you" in addressing members across the floor and use the member. The Honourable Member for Inverness.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question about court safety. And I know there was consideration of giving sheriffs the use of firearms so they'd be trained and be able to use firearms. I feel like I had heard from the minister that not all sheriffs wanted this. Is that the case? Can she expand upon that?
The Honourable Minister of Justice. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much. I thought I'd better just take a little advice before I stood on this one as well. But it is true. I'd certainly read that in, there was a report done for occupational health and safety that outlined what was needed, and in that they had interviewed many people. There was a lot of consultation done, and definitely in some of the courthouses and with some of the sheriffs, they weren't interested in this. Some of them have done the job for many years, very comfortable in the work they need to do, and didn't feel any need to have that training. There's also, I mentioned a high level of physical fitness and criteria that would make it, if it was mandatory, some people wouldn't really be able to do it, I don't think. And we don't want to do that. We realize that each courthouse is a different situation, and people feel differently. I think the way we're doing it is right. We've asked people to indicate if they wanted the training, to come forward and let us know, so they're essentially applying to be in that cohort that are going to be trained for the CEWs or the TASER training. And so this first group, I think, will learn a lot from that, and then we will not deploy it as a part of your uniform. That's how it's been described to me. It won't be something that they always carry, those that are qualified. It's still case by case, based on the risk assessment of the day, or the, what's expected at the day in terms of whether it's at the courthouse, whether it's the other work that they do. I would just draw the members' attention through you, Mr. Chair, that the sheriffs do a lot of other work besides what we see at the courthouse. And I've learned a lot about this. It isn't just that they do drive offenders, they bring them to the courthouse and back perhaps to our correctional facilities, but they also deliver summons, and they do repossession of goods sometimes. For example, a dangerous situation that was explained to me might be, and any of you from fishing communities would know, if you're in arrears with Canada Revenue, they can come and seize your lobster catch. And that's not a very pleasant situation, I'm sure, to step into. I can only imagine the anxiety and the anger and everything that goes around those kind of repossession activities. So they say a lot of their perhaps dangerous times are when they're out in the community.
The Honourable Member for Inverness.
Can the minister confirm that the decision not to arm sheriffs, can the minister confirm that was not made because of economics? And as a part B to that, is the fitness of sheriffs becoming an issue? Is that becoming an issue for public safety? Is there a problem there in terms of protecting the public? I'm not trying to read too much into it, Mr. Chair, but from the last answer given, that's just something that, that struck me.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Definitely not an economic issue. That was not the question at stake. It's a lot of the question for me was, how do we feel about the risk? Is the risk so great that, you know, what's the correct approach? And I think we should take a cautious approach. I don't think you go to the highest level of, in terms of arming and weapons. I don't think that's where we need to go. Many sheriff services across the country do not use arms, so I think that's important. It's not something that we're lagging in or behind. When we look at the work that they do, it's not across the board. So I wanted to take an approach that was more cautious and in step with the need, and recognizing that we have an occupational health and safety issue and a concern that needs to be addressed. But again, looking at the risk and taking a measured approach to that. That's really what's involved. And on the fitness side, no, I would not suggest that we have an across-the-board concern about that. As I said, a lot of it is just the different nature of various courthouses around the province and people's, perhaps, you know, if you've done the job for many years, you have a comfort level with it, perhaps the experience and expertise to handle difficult situations because of the years you've been doing it. So it's just, you know, different people having a different interest in participating in any arming.
The Honourable Member for Inverness.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister. One last question, and just related to the last response. What about court layouts? And as an example, the court facility, I think in Needham, is set up such that perhaps it's an older design. Is that an issue, and is it an issue that the department plans to address, the safety of the layout of courthouses around the province, and with particular mention of Needham?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yeah, thank you very much. And that is another example that I thought of as well, is sometimes that it might simply be, and I shouldn't say simply because there could be a cost there, but redesigning or laying out your entryways differently. Needham has a particular problem. That's our unified court, isn't it, in Devonshire? That's the Devonshire court. And I think they have a very small entrance. It used to be a school, I think. And it doesn't have a good size at the entrance to accommodate the screening that we have for, you know, similar to what we have downstairs, where you can screen for any weapons as people come in. We are actually making that change. I think it's being done right almost as we speak. I was told that was underway, and they would be accommodating it because they could bring the equipment in, but it was very congested, and they had to move it into like not the best place. But by rebuilding the entranceway, they could accommodate it. So that is being done, and I'm advised, and in fact I signed a couple of approvals today under this budget. There's $700,000 a year for court changes, things that are to make the courthouses more safe or better for those that are working in them. Just for example, today, one of the things we paid for was to put plexiglass up where the offenders might be, I guess it's from the witness stand really, and just to give an extra level of protection if they're too close to the judges' areas. Sometimes the judges' podium areas being moved back a little bit, so some physical changes that make the courtroom safer.
The Honourable Member for Inverness.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the Minister's quick answers here. We're kind of rifling through issues. I would like to move to Burnside. My sense, from what I'm hearing, is that the number of incidents at Burnside was partially due to the need for people working in the facility to report all incidents, including minor ones, like spitting as one example. Also, I have a sense that the number of incidents has gone down because with the opening of the Pictou jail, there is, I think, as you mentioned, there's about the
actually I had it somewhere here, and it's not right in front of me, but I know all of a sudden now, instead of being an overcrowded jail at Burnside, I think it's down to 70-some% capacity. So that is helping. We are seeing fewer events, news stories. We hope that continues. One question that perhaps is unrelated to that is what rehab services are offered to people who are in our provincial jail system, including Burnside. I know sentences may be shorter, maybe there's less of an opportunity for rehab. I know about the WOOF program, which I think you call it. But I know in federal prisons, there's more resources put to trying to reform some of the prisoners, trying to put some positive energy towards them with the hope that when they get out, they will live more positive lives.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, and I may get a further note on this, but I thought I'd just start, and I am cognizant of the time. I'll try to be quick. You're quite right about Burnside. It was the crowding that I think had a lot to do with the level of incidents. You can only imagine how, I guess, that cohort of people, when they're crowded together and they're in a confined space and under those conditions, it led to more incidents, whether they were minor or major. We're not seeing errors as well on the letting people out and that sort of stuff. That's not happening to the same degree. Things seem to be just able to function better because everybody's working under a more manageable number, which is very important. You were asking about rehab and support for our clients, our offenders as well. So there are courses. I mentioned a couple of them in my intro, but things like anger management, the GED, and education. Yesterday or the day before, we had some correction officers recognized. Some of them were teachers that work within the correctional facilities. We have a social worker now in, I think it was 3 of our largest facilities: Sydney, is it Pictou, and certainly Halifax. Yes. So those 3 definitely have it. Those are, I think, an extra help. On the social worker side, a lot of that is to help on the reintegration or the program for release, because often there's a handover to community corrections. I mentioned our parole people. We want to make sure that there are programs in place and a smooth transition to community that way. So we're trying to address that by bringing our community corrections in. And the other thing the member opposite mentioned, Mr. Chair, is that the sentences are short. The average stay in our provincial facilities is 4 months. So that does inhibit somewhat the programming available. Oh, sorry, 60 days. Okay, that's 3 months. No, 2 months. 2 months. So 60 days, not 4 months. So I knew it's a fairly short period of time, and that makes it more difficult to provide services. But we definitely do have that. And I wanted to mention Waterville, our youth facility in particular. I mentioned that I visited there, but I found out something very wonderful that I don't think we all know about, and that is that the IWK has a full satellite operation at Waterville. Waterville is built around cottages, and one of the cottages is an IWK facility. There's a psychologist there every day of the week, and a psychiatrist who I met who comes once a week to see the offenders and help people. Some of the young offenders may spend their entire time in the beds that are in the IWK unit. Almost all of the young offenders have some interaction and some support provided because they recognize that they have some needs. And I just thought it was wonderful. It's been going on a few years. It's taken probably it took them a year or more to really work out the different cultures that were coming together, a health culture with a correctional facility. But they are working seamlessly together now to provide really great mental health services to the young offenders.
The Honourable Member for Inverness.
Mr. Chair, my next question, there is still some violence at Burnside, and it seems we hear about it from there more than some of the other facilities. What is being done to mitigate risk to inmates and staff? Because I actually had a call one time from a gentleman whose son was incarcerated, and he was very worried about his son and how he was being treated. What is in place to help mitigate risk of violence to certainly to staff, but also inmates in some cases? And is there an element of gang violence at Burnside?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Right. Again, this is really a question about the new facility in Pictou in a sense, because that's given us more capacity to move people around the province. And you mentioned, were there gangs or could there be people that are a risk to each other? People who would have conflict if you put them in the same unit. We're able to actually ensure that they're separated. We have that because we're not at full capacity. We have more room between different day areas that they can be assigned to, so they won't come in direct daily contact. Or we can have them go to another facility, be actually housed at one of the other facilities. And Pictou has given us that opportunity more than we had before. So that's been a big part of it. I would say again, risk assessment I talked about for the courthouses. We also do risk assessment as people are being brought into the correctional service, I guess, into our jails, and we look at who they are and what are the risks associated with that, and do they have any personal risks? We're concerned about their safety as well. So we look at how and where they're housed. The other part is the capital budget, which we haven't talked directly about, but the $6 million that we're putting into the Burnside facility this year. Burnside would be about 20 years old now, I think. And one of the things we found, which is really the best practice, is that you have that direct day supervision for the correctional officers. So rather than them sitting just at a console with all the cameras, which they do have at Burnside, and they can watch all the corners, it's putting people directly in the day rooms with the offenders. It's called direct supervision model. That's right. So what we would be doing there would be changing. We're doing $6 million. 4 of it is to change the configuration of those rooms to allow the correctional officers to have their space within that area, to make it a part of the model that's used at Burnside as well. And again, I said it's working very well. We've had over a year now in Pictou to see how that works. So direct supervision is a big part of it. And just going to that classification system, I'm told there is a classification system and a risk assessment done for each offender as they come in. And I think that's done both for our protection of our staff and also for the protection of the individuals. We're conscious of both. Thanks. I didn't do discipline.
The Honourable Member for Inverness.
I'd like to switch now, Mr. Chair, to children who are in the care of the province. I believe it was this past Sunday, a 16-year-old girl was discovered dead at a house on McCara Street. And certainly it's disappointing to see this, Mr. Chair. Apparently 10 children in care in Nova Scotia died between 2004 and the end of 2014. In the case of the most recent death, who would be investigating that death? And is it automatic that there's an investigation? And if so, who decides?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And that certainly is it's tragic. There's no other word to describe that. When I visited the medical examiner's facility, which is in Burnside as well, we talked about that because the medical examiner looks at all children's deaths. Of course, I think it's something like 8,000 deaths a year that they do look at or examine, so they're very well aware of these trends. Together with the medical examiners, health and community services and justice, we are looking at setting up a death review committee that could operate. We're thinking particularly for youth, for children or young people maybe under the age of 25. But we definitely would like to do that, and so that every death of a young person is properly examined.
The Honourable Member for Inverness.
Mr. Chair, and this is interesting because I know the Minister has said they're looking at a committee to do reviews. I know in some provinces, certainly people working in those departments, I'm sure they would be looking at a death like that with all intent to discover what happened and complete transparency. However, there are provinces, most provinces in fact, have a child and youth advocate. And a child and youth advocate could be an office that could help to investigate, that could provide some independent input, transparency, that kind of thing. Now, I know it would be an extra cost to the province, but it's certainly a serious matter, and I know other provinces have seen the value in having the independence of a child and youth advocate to be involved in this type of investigation. Does the Minister have any thoughts